Hey everyone, Pam Bam Richard here, and welcome to the first day of Tales of Marathon Stream 3. This marathon will consist of 9 days in celebration of the release of Tales of Arise coming to Japan on September 9th, and in North America and other localized countries in September 10th. This will be a fantastic time to start off with Tales of Vesperia, and for this event for the marathon, there will also be a giveaway held during the stream. To learn the rules of the stream, please visit bit.ly/TOMS3 giveaway. TOMS, all caps, 3 giveaway. And we are starting off with Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition. For myself particularly, I'm not the biggest fan of Vesperia, but I can appreciate it for what it is. I didn't really give it the best playthrough when I first played this 8 years ago, but I hope that I can give it a better playthrough this time around. Checking the chat here right now. Hey Abby, hey CP, hey Royalty, how's it going everybody? I hope everybody's all ready for a rise as I am ready to play through 3 Tales of games 9 days straight. Oh man. So, the thing about Vesperia particularly is that this game really did start to add more to the fandom and whatnot, particularly because I kind of like to associate this game similarly to the likes of Tales of Symphonia, because both this game and Tales of Symphonia are titles that came out on systems that were very JRPG deprived. I like to say that for myself, I started off with Tales of Symphonia, and the GameCube didn't have too many JRPGs at the time of its release. And the same can also be said for the 360. When this game came out, I remember everybody was really wild about this game. For myself, I didn't really get around to playing it until years afterwards because I myself did not own an Xbox 360. Oh, you just finished Vesperia yesterday for the first time? Very nice, very nice. Curious to hear what you think about the game. But yes, Tales of Vesperia. Oh boy. So, as a heads up as well, Day 2 will be taking place on my YouTube channel to commemorate a day off Twitch. Please view the hashtags, it's very important to be aware. So, you can see the link to my YouTube channel on the page right there. And we're going to be starting off with a new game plus. So, with this new game plus, this playthrough, alongside all the other playthroughs of this marathon, will be a little bit different from what you're normally used to if you've seen the first and second marathons way back in the localizations of 2013 and 2014. So, what we're going to be carrying along here, we're going to be doing 10 times experience, we're going to be increasing the item drop rate, skill SP1, and 2 times the god. I think I got everything here, just making sure because I don't want to start a playthrough without any of this extra stuff here, because we're going to be avoiding a lot of encounters and whatnot, and we're also going to be playing on hard mode here. So, this game is a really long game. I'm going to be talking more about that as we keep going here, but we got everything all set up here. Everything's all good to go. Let's get this going.
Our world, Terca Lumares. No one knows how far its lands and oceans stretch.
I'm glad that there are people who agree that skill inherent and skill SP1 is a necessity for New Game Plus, because honestly, this game is pretty grindy. Like, if there's one thing I remember when I first played this game, like, I think it was around 8 years ago, I tried this game out and I didn't even understand the whole equipment system at all, like, particularly the equipment and the skills. So I think during the actual marathon itself, I was also like, oh no, I didn't have any of the necessary skills to even, like, push forward. Particularly, like, I don't think I even had backstep or item thrower for some of my characters, which was really rough, but because skills are very important in Vesperia, the unfortunate thing is that you really do have to grind out the skills. Like, if there's one thing about Vesperia's battle system that it takes a lot of time commitment to put into to sort of start unlocking it. Like, even to the point where after a first playthrough, you're definitely not going to get... You're going to barely scratch the surface after you're finished the first playthrough, essentially.
The blessings of the Blastia will bestow ever more prosperity to the
No chance to
world.
win the giveaway in the Middle East. All I can say is do your best, because time zones are the unfortunate thing of life. I do hope that I could accommodate as best as I can, because I am playing 12 hours per day. So if you're unfortunate to get it during this time, I hope that you could get it maybe 10 or 11 hours down the line here. But yes, as we are witnessing the prologue right over here, my impressions of this game when I revisited this, because I first played this game in 2013 and I played this game recently last year, my impressions particularly didn't change too much about how I felt about the narrative, except for one particular character, which I'll be getting into shortly. You're actually hearing her voice right now, but everything else I felt it was like more the same. I liked Act 2 the most. Act 1 is just your usual Act 1 in a 3-act structure. And Act 3, well, I'll talk about more about Act 3 once we get there, but overall, like, my narrative thoughts are pretty much more the same, but the gameplay I have a bit more of an appreciation for, but I'm not particularly the best player, but I will do my best. That's the most that I can promise for this stream. Alright, we also see our best playable character in the entire series right there. Best in terms of concept. I mean, everybody has to agree that that dog is the best. Even when Monster Hunter did the announcement of that particular creature that they showed off a while back. Like, I'm not even the biggest Monster Hunter fan, but I'm glad that everybody pointed out what that character looked like when they released it.
Mighty Imperial Knights. That's what they're there for.
Is this the third stream? This is the third marathon stream that I've done in my life, yes, because I've held the marathon stream in 2013 for the localization of Tales of Exilia 1, and also the localization of Tales of Exilia 2. So all these games that you're seeing right now, they were voted for earlier this year. So those Tales of Vesperia, Tales of Eternia, and we're wrapping it up with Tales of Berseria. So, right off the bat, we are introduced to our lead character, Yuri.
Yuri, come on already!
I think Yuri's an okay character. I'm not, like, I don't have the hugest, like, fandom for this guy, but he's okay, but I know a lot of people really, really like this character, too. I think part of the reason why Vesperia did well is because, if I recall correctly, during the time of this game's release, there were a lot of people who were complimentary of Yuri being very different compared to every other JRPG during the time. So I can kind of see where they're coming from with that, and I can understand that as well. But for me, he's just kind of sort of there, but he does have his moments for me. Haven't touched Vesperia for a while. Yeah. I wish I could say I haven't touched Vesperia for a while, but I've been preparing for this for quite a number of months now, so I would hope that I would know this game like the back of my hand, as best as I can, even though I haven't really particularly explored too much with regards to the side quests and minigames too much. It's more so with the main adventure, but I also hope that someday I'll find the time to play that repeat minigame particularly.
What's going on?
Happy day one of streaming on. Thank you, Spyro. Spino, my apologies.
Yeah, but you're late, so I'm not sharing.
Kind of want to replay it now? Yeah, honestly, Vesperia is a good game to revisit, to replay, but yeah, the battle system, especially when you play like it around hard, it's pretty rough, at least for somebody from my perspective. But yeah, we're running into the main conflict over here, and if I recall, when it comes to Yuri and his voice, I remember back then, like, people really liked Troy Baker as the voice actor for Yuri, and I liked him too, like, he was really good, but it is really unfortunate that they couldn't bring him back for the definitive edition, but that's pretty much all like under wraps at that point. Like what's done is done. But when it came to the voice replacement, like I said, I wasn't like the huge Vesperia fan. When I played through this last year, I didn't particularly notice too much of a difference between the voice work of the replacement that they got, like Grant George, if I recall correctly. Like, he did fine, to be honest. And the only time I really noticed it was when it was like, oh, the dialogue flips back and forth between Baker's lines and Grant George's lines, and it's like, a part of me kind of thought, oh, it would have been nice if they had like re-recorded it with Grant George, but I don't think the fans would have appreciated that even more. So they were kind of like stuck in a rock and a hard place at the end of the day. Yeah, Grant George did try his best. Hey, how's it going, Eclipse? Hard mode, unknown mode is fun on New Game Plus. If you don't mind that, you will die in 3 heads. Yeah, I personally don't mind, but for the sake of a marathon pace, especially considering how long this game is, I don't think I'll be able to make an unknown run work in like 3 days, let alone 5 days for that matter. That's of course including cutscenes, because we're talking about what's going on over here. And like I said, the first act is going to be a bit of a drag, quote unquote, because narrative-wise, it's all more so just introducing all the characters, setting things up, the usual, just like that. What New Game Plus options I'm going for? I decided to go for the 10 times experience, 1 SP, double gold, increased drop rate. That's pretty much all that I'm going for, but the most that I want to do is that I want to avoid as many encounters as possible. I know if you hear that, Eclipse, there's gonna be some moments where it's gonna be like, oh, you're gonna have to use the whole dark bottle, holy bottle strategy to sort of draw some enemies out, which will be happening at least maybe once today, I think, but I know very much near the end of the game, that's for sure.
Well, it's just an average day for Yuri. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Just an average day for Yuri Lowell. One thing that I do want to say is that I want to also add the Definitive Edition's very useful stuff, and by the useful stuff, I mean the winged boots, because I'm avoiding encounters, I will not be getting the materials necessary to craft the winged boots. So I'm just doing it right now to sort of help speed things up a little bit, because once again, this game is really, really long. It's super long. I would like to say that because I remembered from my first marathon 8 years ago, I was way over time, even to the point when I started like super early. I think I finished Legendia really early, and I picked up Vesperia right away that night, and I was still like a couple hours over time. Granted, I wasn't really the best player of Vesperia back then. I wouldn't think I'm the best player of Vesperia right now. Again, I'll try my best, but yeah, considering how long it took for the 360 version, yeah, that was the 360 version I played. Considering the Definitive Edition that adds even more cutscenes and voices even more cutscenes, this is gonna be a really long experience, and I'm really hoping that we can make it to the end of Thursday, finishing this game. Yeah, it was about 8 years ago. Okay, clip, 7 or 8 years ago. 2013, that's right. Hey, Omega, how's it going? Yes, and Yuri will demonstrate one of the strongest skills that he will never use in this game in battle. But he does alternate between the stuff that he uses, and yeah, we're going to be learning a little bit more about the class system between those who use Blastia and those who don't. We're going to be learning more about that soon, because something about Blastia that I'm kind of like intrigued about is that I get it, but the person who talks about it, like we'll be seeing that person later on in this playthrough, like that person explains it in a way like a teacher would, or like a professor would, and it was really hard to keep track and learn and understand what Blastia truly are. Oh yeah, no, yeah, exactly, Jacksonator. That's why I was able to use the pack of useful stuff, which is extremely useful as those 2 rocks that Yuri had just thrown to knock out those knights.
If you can't understand the value of junk,
All you need is a rock to get rid of these knights, these trained knights. Way to go, Yuri. You're the best.
repeat. You find the trail?
Rock is super OP. But yeah, so this was the point, because like honestly, because I didn't play Vesperia like too much, like on the 360,
Looks like somebody's
like,
got some sticky
I couldn't
fingers.
tell at first too much between the differences between
That's the royal code.
Baker's and George's work, because right now this is Grand George talking right now, and I'm like, I thought this would have been voiced in 360, but I looked back and it really wasn't. So it was really cool to see that work out. Like, at the end of the day, circumstances, like, considering, of course. Oh, of course, Rapide's the best good boy. And I was reminded of how adorable the puppy Pede was like when I rewatched the movie last night, which I still think, honestly, is my favorite anime adaptation of the entire series, but I might dive into that a little bit further here as Yuri is trying to figure out a way to bust
Doesn't
into
seem
this
like there's
manor right
anyone
now.
around. I wonder if there's any other way in.
So here's the thing about, like, I'm like used to this now, because like for me, when it comes to when I play JRPGs, the only JRPGs that I really played was like Tales of, and I've never really played through a single Final Fantasy. I never played through like
I know Moriarty's hiding here
those
somewhere.
popular JRPGs and whatnot. I mean, I think the most popular was probably Chrono Trigger, but that was like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So, like, the thing that I'm talking about here is that, like, when JRPGs constantly, like, hold your hand and stuff like that, it's still a little bit jarring for me sometimes when I go, like, back and forth between the series, because I play through, like, Tales of Destiny on PS1, Tales of Eternia will be starting on Friday, and Tales of Fantasia I just played through a year ago as well. It's like, I kind of miss the lack of hand-holding, but I get that it's like a modern game. You kind of have to like hold your hands a little bit and whatnot for the modern player. Ears are really important. I can, yeah, it's okay. Honestly, like, because like I introduced a friend of mine to Vesperia this year too, and he hasn't played too many Tales games. I think the last Tales game he played was Dawn of the New World, like years ago. So when I asked him after he finished Vesperia, I'm like, did you notice the change of voice actors? Like, no, I didn't. Like, my ears aren't good for that either. It's like, I understand, like, I get it. Honestly, like, based on circumstances, Namco, I don't know what Namco's circumstances were, but basically, what happened and who they're able to cast, I thought it was okay. Am I skipping skits? Yes, because this game is really long already as is. I wish I could show the skits, but then I think if I were to show skits, it would add like an additional 30 hours. 30 hours is an over-exaggeration, maybe like 5 or 10. 5 at most. Even 10 I think is over-exaggeration, but again, there's too much to this game where it's like, we're already getting enough of the characters as we go through the main narrative here.
Just what is a Tweedle anyway?
Okay, so this first boss fight. Oh, if there's one thing that I know particularly about early game Yuri, is that they really like giving you the singular Yuri fights against multiple characters. Yes, it's everyone's wake-up call. Oh my gosh, I hope I can do my best here, because these guys are pretty rough, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to admit that you died to Adicor and Bokos. It's okay. Alright, so here we go. Adicor and Bokos right here. Let's get used to Vesperia because it's been a while since I played it. So what I'm gonna try to do first, I'm gonna try to take out the little Sonic boy right over here and make sure that I don't get hurt a lot as we go through it. Cause yeah, the thing with Yuri is that this game will pitch you in a lot of scenarios where Yuri is by himself, especially in early game when he doesn't have too many good tools to work with. So the shtick that I'm gonna try to do here is to maybe goad some attacks in as I hope that no Art of the Knights come through with Sonic Thrust. But this is gonna be a little bit rough too, because like when it comes to hard mode, their levels don't change, but their attack output and their HP changes. That's for sure. So even though like your characters will comment that, oh, this is easy, don't listen to them, because when they're more so commenting on the enemy's levels, but not actually their attack output and their and their HP. So don't feel bad at all if like your partners are saying, "Oh, this is easy," but it's not easy at all. And this is why I made sure to buy a lot of apple gels prior to this, except when a stupid stun happens. I really hope I don't lose this, because to be honest, you can lose this. But I don't want to, because, hey, you know, pride and all that jazz, right? Also, pardon me if I accidentally keep pressing the touchpad, because I just finished re-practicing Vesperia. And re-practicing Vesperia, I'm like, oh, the touchpad is the menu, but it's not. So if you see me swapping between semi-auto and manual, it's more so because like I'm trying to get used to going back from Vesperia to this game. Oh, this is going really bad right now. Okay. And I'm not even getting my cancels in properly. Fantastic. Alright. Bogos is almost dead. Because, like, the problem is like, you have to make sure that if it's one person, then Yuri isn't so bad. But then if there's at least more than one, then it's really bad. Alright, come on. Alright, stun's good. And I'm accidentally targeting Adicor. Alright, come on. Don't you dare run away from me. Oh. Okay. Arise uses touchpad too? Yeah, it does. Yeah, Yuri's AoEs are very abysmal. I think the only really good one is his free run attack. Oh no. There's already a bad start. I'm getting so many stuns on me. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Okay. It doesn't help that like I didn't re-practice this game afterwards. You know what? I think we might take DL here. Unfortunate, but we might take DL here. Yeah, this is a great start. But you know what? It's okay because we're playing on hard mode right now with no inherited skills or anything, so it's fine. It's okay. And to be honest, the experience that you get from them is only 30 EXP, which is just as much as the actual knights in the game. In the castle that we're about to end up in. Did I beat them in my 360 run 8 years ago? Yes, because it was in normal.
I'm afraid the Imperial Knights have no use for you, lowborn
30 XP times 10 is 300. Yeah, I can't remember how much it was, but it was really low, because I think it was like 30 or 60 EXP or something. Because when you run into the generic mooks in the next dungeon that we're about to head up in, their EXP is about the same level as what it is like when you fight those two guys. So it's like, it's really not worth it to beat them, especially if you're playing in hard mode. So it's okay.
Well, you've had a busy day, haven't you, Mr.
Oh, Liam O'Brien. Honestly, I made this tweet like a couple weeks ago where it's like, I was hearing a lot of Liam O'Brien in like Tales of games and whatnot. I think no, actually, hold up. It started with the Dist in Tales of the Abyss, and then the little known one is that he also did Ston in Radiant Mythology 1, which people were kind of mixed on. For me, I'm like okay with. And he did Kimura here. He also did what's his name? I forgot the guy's name. It was Xillia 2. That guy. You know, that guy. Like, he also voiced him there as well. Yeah, he really did voice, like, a lot of, like, villains, but he does voice the occasional good person every now and then. Was Liam also Ston in Xillia 2?
I know.
I remembered hearing it once, and I thought he kind of was, but I didn't play too much of the cameo battle much to comment on that, to be honest.
Hey, you didn't hear it from me, Bob. The Darkwings.
Oh yeah, that's the only time we hear about the Darkwings in this entire game. I honestly thought, like, when I first played this game years ago, that we'd be hearing more about the Darkwings. I'm like, oh, cool. I wonder if the Darkwings are going to be, like, a big part of this game. But no, this is the only reference to the Darkwings in this entire game.
Neighbor, you're awake, right? You gotta be getting tired from keeping so quiet.
Darkwings are, like, a very consistent thing since Tales of Destiny on the PS1. And I think they were a thing in Tales of Eternia. Oh yeah, they definitely were a thing in Tales of Eternia. Destiny 2, I don't think so. Symphonia, no. But then Rebirth, they were. Abyss, they were. Yuri, in Vesperia, they're kind of just more of a reference than anything else.
Sure.
Couldn't finish Xillia 2 because of the debt. Oh, I understand the debt being very much takeaway at glance, but to be honest, all you really have to be mindful of is just beat the Giganto monsters and you'll get enough gold to move on. But if you like doing the whole other side quest, feel free to do that instead.
I just want to know.
Destiny Dark. Oh, they do show up in Destiny 2.
Well, I'm not sure what you're in for, but
It's been 2 years since I last played through Destiny 2, and I think that was like a year when I went like super ham on Tales of games.
The lower quarter.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, they definitely do show up in Rebirth.
Right now.
Sorry, neighbor. That's
But
one
a
piece of
surprise,
shit I don't
our
have.
lead character is in a jail cell.
And what am I gonna do about that damn Mordio?
Yeah, we really gotta find that Mordio. But before we find that Mordio, we really gotta find some other resources here because I'm kind of super low on the apple gel thing.
Oh, do you know about him?
They were a little side quest in Xillia, the Darkwings.
I'm afraid that information won't come cheap.
Yeah, I think I explored the side quests a little bit around Tales of Xillia, but I completely forgot. Honestly, the games now that are like on the longest that I've last played through are Tales of Xillia 1, Tales of Xillia 2, and Tales of the Abyss. 3 games which are kind of very relevant to the second marathon stream that I held 7 years ago. So my memory is the most foggy with those games particularly.
Out.
Oh well, just when things were getting good.
Hurry up.
Dark Wings for Raids. I would love the Dark Wings for Raids, but there are so many incarnations of them. I don't know where they're gonna start. Like, they'll probably bring in the Abyss ones because they're probably like the most plot relevant of all the Dark Wings incarnations.
Just who are
But,
you anyway?
You know, it'd be cool to see the Rebirth ones because they're also kind of plot relevant too to their game. And there was some other Dark Wings which are pretty good.
I said hurry up.
Like the Destiny ones are like iconic because they're the first ones as well.
I did say I was looking for a way out of here.
Ooh, their own iFree. Yeah, I wish I knew much about Wraith to comment on that more, because like Wraith is really good, but I don't know too much about the narrative because I haven't been looking into the translations. And they just did their Guilty Gear thing last night, which I'll be honest, I was playing a little bit of, and it was pretty sick playing as Soul Bad Guy in the Tales of game. That's all I'm gonna say about that right now. But yeah, like this is also another scene that was like voiced. Like there's a lot of these like voiceless scenes in like the 360 version that they revoiced in the PS3 port, aka Definitive Edition.
Statue of the goddess too.
Like, it's just very intriguing, because, like, for somebody like me who hadn't played Vesperia too much since 2013, I couldn't tell the difference between what was voiced and what wasn't voiced when I replayed this a year ago. Okay, we got our Magic Lance, we got our Toilet Gel, shoutouts to that. And we also regained our belongings. Okay, how am I gonna go with one Applejack? Like, the thing with practicing is that you're not really talking a lot when you're practicing. I'm kind of like keeping myself silent, just focusing on the gameplay, but now it's like, oh, we gotta like talk more about the games that we're playing about or the series in general. Well, my gameplay is gonna go down to crap, unfortunately. No, we don't need to read the tutorial because the tutorial is just all about, oh, do you see these icons? Run into them, you get an encounter. To be honest though, I understand it for the casual JRPG enthusiasts, like, they're like, oh, whoa, there's no random encounters in this game. But for somebody who's played Tales of games since, like, Symphonia, like, years back, like, I understand that enemy icons are, in fact, encounters. But yeah, these knights that you see in this dungeon here, they're very much the same. You get the same amount of EXP from beating Adicor and Boko, so that's why I wasn't really particularly keen on beating them. Yeah. They gave Soul Roman cancels. Like, oh man, I was playing him. I was like, holy smokes, why is he so fast in this game? It's amazing. Please, if you're able to play Tales of the Race, please try out the Guilty Gear stuff because, oh my gosh, they really gave Soul like a lot of stuff, and I'm really curious to see what will happen when Rem Lethal like drops basically.
How can you say that when you haven't done
You got him on the free
anything
multi.
right?
I wish I got him on my free multi. Of all the collabs where like I get like the MA so quickly right away, I did not get Soul at all, and I'm actually kind of frustrated about that. Of all the collabs, I did not get Soul bad guy at
I know how to
all.
use a sword.
I'm afraid you leave us no choice.
Alright, so now we're introduced to this noble who knows how to use a sword. And let's see how well she does in battle. This is gonna be a scripted fight. Won't be too bad. All we gotta do is just like watch. If you play Tales of the Tempest, you know about scripted fights that you only gotta like drop the controller and watch. Shouldn't be so bad.
I have to warn Flynn.
Oh.
Did she say Flynn?
Alright. I don't know about this Flynn character here, but I'm gonna use this Azure Edge.
You came to help me? Who are you?
Not Flynn, that's for sure.
Identify yourself.
I am the man who knows Azure Edge. I'm the second Tales protagonist to know Azure Edge. Let's do this thing.
Just when I thought I was being sneaky, things have to go to hell.
It's Guy. It's Cress. It's any of those people.
It shouldn't be a problem if we take them together.
Played Eternia just so you could watch the marathon. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad that you were able to revisit Eternia for that. That's cool. Alright, so these knights, they give the same EXP as Adicor and Bokos, but they have a smaller amount of HP, as we're going to show right now here. Like, all they got is like 1400, which is basically like a quarter of how much HP that Adicor and Bokos have. And they certainly have less amount of arts as well. Okay. Here's the thing. I gotta make sure that I focus on my proper target. If this is ever a wake-up call to remind myself how to play Vesperia, this is it right here. Well, besides Adicors and Bokos, this is number 2. But yeah, when it comes to this game, when you're revisiting it, please make sure to read the battle book a lot, because the battle book is very important for you to learn about the other skills in this game, because they're not going to hold your hand for that. I can tell you that much. Make sure to always read the battle book in every Tales of game you play.
Hey, are you trying to...
Oh, you know what? Well, I keep forgetting this because I haven't played through
You don't belong in the castle, right?
Director's Cut yet, but they did
No,
retroactively give
that you can
Ston
tell
Azure
by looking
Edge.
at
So I guess technically Ston is the second Tales of protagonist to learn Azure Edge prior to Vesperia. But yeah, that's basically the gist of that.
I say, we know you're trying to make your escape.
Oh, please, not them again. I guess there's no point.
Yeah.
To the
You know,
prison
okay,
cell
so
now.
when I say DC, I only say it as like a short form of saying remake and DC, because to be honest, I think like a lot of people in the fandom generally don't like to differentiate remake or DC because I always hear DC everywhere. DC this,
Yuri,
DC that, DC Douglas in
You're
this
one
game.
of Clint's
But
friends,
it's
aren't
more
you?
like I know that remake came out first before director's cut, and I think not a lot of people
And
know
you
that.
used to belong to the Imperial Knights.
Just for 3 short
Yeah,
months.
game doesn't teach you manual cancel except in the book. Yeah, you have to
from
read the
Flynn?
book. Like if ever you were to play any Tales of
Yes.
game, reading the book is very important.
Guess he managed to find someone at the castle he could talk to after all.
Yuri, I
Flynn.
need to talk to Flynn.
So we find this noblewoman who wants to talk
Hold
to
on
Flynn,
just a second. Who are you supposed to be, anyway?
and seems to be an acquaintance
I
of
can
Yuri
tell
of
you
some
know
sort.
Flynn, but why are you being chased by the knights?
Over here!
You know
Listen, I
what?
wanna
When
hear
I
the
first
whole
played this
story,
game, I
but
never really
can't
understood
really
why
afford
she
to
was
stand
chased by
around
the
and
knights,
chat.
but part of it because like there was a lot to absorb when
First
playing
things
this game,
first.
like with the battle
Let's get to
system and
Flynn's
the
place.
narrative,
Wanna
especially
lead
with
the
that
way?
one character who constantly talks about formulas and
Uh,
all that.
yes.
So it's just, ay ay ay.
Let's
It's like starting off with like hearing all the elements. Like when it comes to Tales of games, like picking up on world building stuff, it's like it's one thing when they're talking about it, but it's another thing when it's like it's being explained in like coefficients
something
or
smells
formulas
tasty.
or extremely scientifically.
Oh, you're right. What could it be?
Oh yeah, isn't the Knights dining hall around here?
I thought this wasn't in the 360 version, but it was this scene. To be honest, I think this is as far as I know with regards to scenes that were voiced and unvoiced in 360 compared to this game. This is also a reference to Tales of Destiny, the curry just randomly sitting around there. But yeah, it's just, I think it's as far as I go. So if anybody wants to point out about like scenes that were voiced in this game in this port compared to back then, feel free to say so and whatnot. Okay, so we're just gonna not do anything about that because it's actually the other side as I stare at my notes to make sure that I'm reading it properly. I think we could sneak up behind this knight and pick up the treasure chest without getting his attention. Perfect. We'll definitely need those later on. Yeah, it wasn't voiced. See, that's the thing. Like my muscle memory for the 360 version is so long ago that I wasn't in the mood to replay the 360 version because, well, I mean, at the end of the day, this game eventually did come out, so that's why I started playing this version instead. Oops.
Oh man. All right.
Implied plot danger. Okay. Let's see if we can run away from this one night, because I don't think we need to deal with this guy. Let's just leave and move on to where we need to go. Alright. I believe our next destination is right over here.
Yeah, it was.
I honestly
around
thought
here.
like this scene wasn't in 360 either, but all these scenes that they have here are definitely like in 360 for the most part, until we deal with the two particular characters that we're running into. It's just that I don't remember hearing them voice, so that's like the thing that plays with my mind a little bit.
He's really keeping this place cleaned up.
Eclipse trying to jinx me right here. Yeah, we technically had a game over earlier, but it was okay for us to lose that fight. I hope I don't run into any
That
issues with
means I'm
this
too
one.
late.
I really hope so.
So, what sort of wickedness did you do anyway?
Well,
Me? I haven't done anything wrong.
And yet
Well-
a bunch of knights were chasing you around the castle. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, Yuri, thank you. Thank you for calling him out on that.
Yuri!
Whoa, what is it?
Yeah, that's my name.
I can't be specific, but Flynn is in
You need a
terrible
game over
danger.
counter? Well, I cannot create that
I've got to
asset
go and
that
warn
quickly. But if anybody wants to keep track of any game overs, that'd be
So,
pretty
go
interesting
if
to
you
see
wanna
at the end of the
go.
day.
What's wrong with that?
I wish I knew.
When it comes to this character, though, I'm not
Listen,
particularly
I've got
like
something I've gotta
as
take care of
harsh
right
on
away,
her
too.
as I was like years ago. Like I
As soon as
remember
things
making
quiet
so
down
many
outside,
jokes.
I wanna
Like
get back to the little
back in the
quarter.
360 version, you could rename your characters, which was like the only
In
other
that case,
localized Tales of game you could do that
Would you
with.
take me with you?
There were two of
please?
them. You could only name
Other than Flynn,
rename
there's no
Ston
one I
in
can
Tales
depend
of
on.
Destiny on PlayStation 1, and you
at
can
least
rename
help me
every
get
other
out of the
character
castle?
in Tales of Eternia. Kind of makes me wonder, should I rename
Please.
everybody in Tales of
I'm begging
Eternia?
you.
I don't know. Curious to hear what you guys think about that. But
Okay, I can see
speaking
you're
of which, when it
serious.
comes to renaming
tell me your name
characters, you can
first?
rename characters in the 360 version of this game. And I remember naming Yuri Jerk, Rapide Dog, and this character Disney. Because she practically reminded me of Disney, basically. Anywho, here's our boss fight that we'll be seeing multiple times in this playthrough. I like how Yuri doesn't care at all.
Heard him knocking?
I am Zagi, the man who will end your life. Now die, Flynn Shifo.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Our first actual boss fight, Zagi. Here's hoping things will turn out well. Especially with one apple gel. Here's how this is gonna work. Just keep doing this. See, Yuri is fine on its own, but when it comes to multiple characters, that's when Yuri kind of falls apart a bit.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting.
All you gotta do is mash the button over and over. Use the cancels when you can. It's kind of like you're playing Vesperia, but you're actually doing something to keep pushing forward. But yeah, you could get him in a guard lock. He might guard break out of this. Bada bing, bada boom. See the camera go wonky a little bit because it likes to go from free run mode to regular mode. Again, it's sort of capturing that Vesperia feel of the camera going a little bit wonky. So we're gonna see this constantly happen here as he's just holding his guard. Guard arts don't happen here yet. You know, that's a cool thing though. I really do like how bosses in this game, as you progress, they do end up getting skills that you have in this game. Like, skills that are equipable that you get. We'll be learning more about. Wow, that was the longest he held his guard. Did you see that? One hit, like 2.5k damage. All that from the built-up damage from the guarding. It's insane. But yeah, this is pretty much all you gotta do. Until we get an interruption, which is starting right now.
Now I feel it.
You feel what? I'm not feeling anything over here.
Yes, so full of confidence.
Oh yes, we are very full of confidence because I made sure to look back at my previous marathon footage and saw how terribly I played. I need to give this game a bit more of a redemption as best as I can. He says as he lost to Adakor and Bokos about 30 minutes ago.
Yuri, let me help you.
There's a low chance for a game over. Yeah, you know what? There will be a chance of a game over later on today. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. If you're looking for more failures and whatnot, there are opportunities for this.
Run for it.
But yeah, so here's part 2 of the Zagi fight. This is gonna be a little bit more rough because he's gonna change up his tactics a little bit. What I did with cheesing it will not work this time around. So I gotta make sure that for our noble right over here, she does have an art that I want her to use often. But we're gonna make sure that we're on defend here. And one final thing, I want to make sure that our little noble is at our backlines here, which is really good. I think I got everything all set up fine. Alright, so now he's going to start using extra arts here and whatnot, and it's going to be really rough, especially if you don't have any skills carried over. So we got to make sure that we goad him into attacks and whatnot. Particularly with Cyclone Shot, it's going to be a little bit rough because he could combo from Falling Leaf to Cyclone Shot. Again, I'm only speaking from a casual perspective here, so bear with me if there are like pros that like you run into who are probably going to like correct me on stuff, and they're perfectly right for it. I'll accept that. I'm only speaking from as much to my own experiences here as like a Tales fan from throughout the years who thought he was okay with games, but then like he realized he was in a target. He was with friends who aren't particularly very good at video games. So the moment that he went online, he realized he wasn't really that good. So he kind of wants to try a little bit better as best as he can. But yeah, we're gonna try to keep goading Zagi into using attacks here by free running around. And essentially just get in our basic chain here and get our cancels going. Hope for the occasional fancy stun, which we thankfully got nowadays compared to back then, where Adakor and Bokos got like multiple stuns on me for no reason whatsoever. Oh wow, double stuns. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, Noble. Alright. And Cyclone Shot is usually like a good way to sort of like take advantage of him being vulnerable and whatnot. Alright, come on, please heal me. And you can block after Falling Leaf as well, which really helps because like when it comes to blocking Falling Leaf, you're going to be susceptible to getting a Cyclone Shot at just as much. Oh. And whenever he backsteps like that, you could cancel it to sort of like set yourself free. And that's the example of blocking Cyclone Shot. Alright, so let's see if we can keep it going here. Oh, thank goodness. All these stuns are being really nice to me right now. I don't know if it's like this battle particularly, but I seem to be getting like much more what are the words I'm looking for? Considerable. Let's not talk about it and actually finish this fight, shall we? Okay, he's almost done. And I'm still blocking the Falling Leaf. I'm getting a little bit overconfident here right now, but it's okay. Because he does another Cyclone Shot as I'm waking up. Lovely. Alright, do it again. Come on. Do it again. There you go. Alright, just 2 more basic combos and we should be done. How much HP was that? Less than 100, that's for sure. Alright, so the cool thing about Vesperia, which I really liked when I revisited this game a year ago, is that this game, for a lot of its major boss fights, there are secret missions. And secret missions are attainable depending on conditions per boss fight, which was cool for them to have in this game, but I kind of wish they like brought it back like in later Tales of games. But you know what? Every Tales game is all about exploring and figuring things out whenever they develop them. So it's kind of cool that like I really like it with Vesperia as it's a part of its identity, but I really do wish they do bring it back someday. Will I post the entire streams on your YouTube channel? That is to be determined for now.
Mind your own business. I'm just getting to the best part. Hurry before the knights get here. Or would you rather
So
have your
the secret
body
mission of
stay?
that battle particularly was to make sure our noble did not get too much damage at all during that boss fight. And thankfully we were able to pull it off this time. So whether you want to call the Adicors and Boko's boss fight an actual boss fight is subjective because... Actually, no, I think it's a boss fight. I'm trying to, as you can tell here, I'm trying to see if I could excuse my performance earlier by saying, oh, it's not an actual boss fight. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
We'll stick together until we're out of the castle.
Alright, so we're now going to figure our way out with our noble here, who is named
My
Estelise.
name is Estelise.
Which is a very pretty name. I like that name.
Well then, Estelise, let's get moving.
And I'm gonna, like, be mad at myself from 8 years ago
Wait,
from naming her
you can't
Disney.
Just leave the door like that.
I really don't think this is the time
It's
to
a
worry about
tutorial
something like
boss
that.
fight, which is even worse. Well, that's the thing, cause like, I have a story, cause like, my friend, like, her fiance, like, introduced her to this game right after Berseria. Like, the two of them finished Berseria, and then like, it went straight to Vesperia, and she died like in the tutorial fight too. Cause I'm pretty sure it's not like commonplace to lose to Adicor and Bokos in this game. Like, for a casual player, yeah, I believe it, you know? Alright, so now we have our noble Estelise with us. See if there's anything that I need to recall doing here. I don't think I have to do anything particularly. Yes.
I wonder if this is because of
Oh yeah,
those
this was definitely
guys
voiced in
earlier.
360. Oh, when this scene was in the 360 version, the 360 version was chugging. It was like,
No one was hurt.
it couldn't produce all of these like smoke effects like
Don't worry about
in
the
the
They'll make sure to
in
protect
the
themselves.
360 version at all. Like the frame rate went down to around like 30 if I recall correctly. And the unfortunate thing is that like the friend of mine who I had played this game, he went through Vesperia on the Switch. And the Switch also goes through some frame rate issues as well. I mean, breaking news, Switch going through performance issues, I get it, but it was just interesting to hear that it sort of had that
We should do something about
problem
those.
as well.
We'll stick out like a sore
Yeah, was it the
thumb.
mist? Yeah, it was definitely the mist, and there are also some weather effects
My
that
room
caused
is
it
just
as
up
well.
ahead. I have a change of clothes there.
Okay, that'll work.
Alright, well, thankfully, we'll be moving on forward here and picking up a nice change of clothes for our noble right over here,
This is my room.
Esteliz.
I'll go get changed. Just give me a minute.
Got it. Try to be quick about it.
Is this being played on PS4? It's actually It's actually being played on the PS5. Where, honestly, I'm gonna apologize about this ahead of time. Whenever you hear ring a bell on the
Just in case.
PS5 version, you're always gonna see that notification in the top right corner.
Flynn did tell me to be
There was a
careful if
setting
I
to
ever
turn it
met
off on
him.
the PS4. The notifications where it's like, recording for this scene is blocked, etc., etc. But they don't have that option on the PS5, which is really unfortunate. I was hoping that they would have it, because I actually got rid of my PS4 the moment I got a PS5, but that's a disadvantage that the PS5 has against the
What?
PS4 if you like
Do I look
nitpicks like that.
strange?
It's nothing. I was just thinking this doesn't suit you either.
It's as if it was designed by a character designer for a game or something, right, Yuri? I mean, have you seen your clothes?
What's this?
A handshake. It means nice to meet you.
Okay, so when I heard this song, I'm like, oh, you know, it's general silly music. But when my friend told me about this song, it's like, oh, it sounds like circus music. It never really crossed my mind, but I think the commonality nowadays where people keep referring to circus memes and all that, I understand where they're coming from. And now Esteliz officially joins the party. We're gonna have her heal us a little bit because I'm a little bit worried for things later on, because you haven't noticed, I'm only sitting on the toilet gel that I picked up from earlier today. And yeah, I'm gonna make sure that we sneak in over here and try to run away from this encounter because... So, by the way, so Estelle says this looks easy because she's only commenting on the level of this knight, which I believe is level 6, and currently right now our party is set to level 10 and 11 because of the 10 times EXP. But those comments by your party members, they don't take into account the fact that hard mode or whatever difficulty you use afterwards would essentially buff them up even more. So please ignore those statements whenever you revisit this game on a higher difficulty, because it certainly does get annoying for myself particularly, because it's like, oh, this looks easy, I die. Thanks Estelle, I appreciate that. Esteliz, yes, I appreciate that. But yeah, we made sure to get our 200 gold, and I'm gonna keep going on down. Somewhere you could turn it off. Could have really used that for a couple. Yes, I think people really started noticing it now with the release of Ratchet and Clank. So I hope someday Sony will realize, oh yeah, we had that feature. Or I don't know what it is. It's probably some more depth to it than I'm just laying it on here, but I don't know. It is what it is for now for the PS5. But in any case over here, I think I got everything that I need. I don't think I can go this way, right? Yo, look at that knight right over there. Oh no, it's okay. Wait, hey! You didn't give me a chance to move after that. Come on. It is easy to run, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. Let's do that again. Oh yeah, actually, can we get that over with now? Okay, so here's the thing. With this 10 times experience as well. We're gonna be learning. You're gonna be seeing a lot of how's this, which I'm glad that they brought back for Tales of Arise. But when it comes to a multiplier experience, I'm not gonna say speedrun because this ain't a speedrun at all. What am I talking about? A multiplier, an EXP multiplier. Holy smokes, multiplier run. You're gonna be hearing that a lot from early game.
This must be it.
Wolf
Is
slashes
there
away.
something special about this
Yes, I
statue?
love doing that.
It's supposed to have some sort of secret.
It doesn't look like there's anything particularly secretive about it.
Maybe if we moved it, there'd be a hidden passage or something.
Here's another example of
You don't think...
the modern Tales of game, or a JRPG in general,
unless
holding
we
your
give it a
hand.
try.
And you know what modern game that doesn't hold your hand for puzzles? Tales of Vesperia. And I love Tales of Vesperia's puzzles because of it.
It really worked.
Tales of Vesperia, I understand gets a lot of flack, but I also revisited that game this year for purposes of Vesperia. That will be starting on Monday. Yes, Monday. Vesperia's puzzles are like one of my favorites in the series, like 3D series, because like they don't hold your hand. Okay, outside of the water temple, I had a feeling you were gonna bring that up. I knew it. On my YouTube channel, you're gonna see my first reaction to the water temple, but the fire temple I really liked. The wind temple I also really liked. Actually, I like the earth temple much more than the wind temple personally, but how would I rank the puzzles for each game?
No, your hand.
Tales of Destiny, Tales of Eternia, Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Rebirth, and Tales of Vesperia all have really good puzzles. Though granted, Rebirth and Destiny 2... Oh, actually Rebirth has super cool ones where it's like, oh, you need to understand the lore of like a town, or like you have to flip a flag upside down. It's like there was some cool stuff going on there.
That's really all it was?
Symphonia's puzzles are hit or miss. I hate block pushing because of Symphonia, and I blame Symphonia for all the block pushing scarring that I had throughout the rest of the series. Particularly, I feel bad for Legendia because the block pushing in that game are how block pushing should be handled, not like slowly dragging garbage blocks across multiple times. Chihuahua. Yeah, this wasn't voiced in 360 as well. Like, I thought this was voiced in 360, but it wasn't.
Yuri, they're coming from the
Alright, so this is going to be a tutorial. Okay, so here's the thing that I do appreciate about Vesperia, is that it does take the time in its narrative to sort of explain gameplay mechanics, which is really cool to see.
One at a time.
And unfortunately, we can't escape this, so we're going to be seeing a lot of how's this. And I saw a comment there, I think that was you, Eclipse, who mentioned, oh, what about grinding the skills? I unfortunately can't do that because this game doesn't have carryovers for art usage, I'm pretty sure, unless you carry over the full arts itself. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, though, because I will accept it if I'm wrong or not about that. Okay, does Estelle Leaf know anything? Oh, she only knows sharpness, so not too much yet. Okay. Man, look at these like puffy little enemies here. I love these enemies so much. Like they were introduced in Tales of the Abyss as like Paul Wiggles, but then they started to perfect. She knows Picohan. But then they started to become a little bit more pronounced in this game. I love how like jumpy and like blobby these little Paul Wiggles are, but they're Rat Wiggles here. But same idea. You know what I mean. All right, Cerberus Strike, perfect. Okay, so we're going to be learning some more Arts of Yuri, but I think that's all we learned. But the interesting thing is that, like, normally you're supposed to learn Fang Strike before Wolf Strike, but because of the 10 times EXP multiplier, you're bound to learn Wolf Strike first more often than Fang Strike, which kind of throws me off a little bit sometimes, I'll be honest. But yeah, we got some more... I'm going to call them Paul Wiggles, because they're only Rat Wiggles in this area here, but yeah, Rat Wiggles with the 1450 HP, just about as much as you would see for the knights in the castle we were at earlier. And let's see if we can wipe this one out over here real quick. Perfect. Wasn't there a skip in the sewers? There was a skip in the sewers after you do the puzzle, so you still have to do the sewers. Like, there's no way to get around it. I wish I could have been Lloyd during like that one skip where it's like, oh, I wish there was a quick jump button, but I played through Symphonia like I played through it to record some footage, and I played through it recently this year with some friends over Parsec, and it's like, I hate that dungeon, and then I will never play that dungeon ever again. I hope some point in my life, if ever I pick up Symphonia, I want to tell the person who I'm with, because like I don't think I'll ever be playing it by myself ever again. I want to tell the person who I'm with, here, do this dungeon, because I'm never doing the sewer dungeon ever again for the rest of my life. I don't mind the other dungeons. Like, show me the dungeon that you see in what's it called? I forgot what it's called. The one in the forest with the bubbles. Like, I could do that one. I could also do the one where it's like the Ymir Forest, because all it is just you gotta know the order, but nothing can optimize the that one sewer place, because all you gotta do is hold things and drag and drag and drag. Rather do the sewer puzzle than Shadow Temple. Shadow Temple, I just laugh at. Here's the thing about the Shadow Temple. Yeah, it sucks, but I always laugh at it because it's stupid. Like, why would you have the AI be dumb to follow you? And they're even worse in the PS2, PS3 ports. But I laugh at it because it's so stupid. It's funny. Like, it's at that level where it's like it's so bad it's good. But sewer puzzle is just plain bad. There is nothing redeeming about it at all for me.
Yes, we can do this.
Everybody hitting on the Shadow Temple. I just laugh at it. Land of Canaan? Land of Canaan. Land of Canaan is just one area. Like, it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't okay, it was a little annoying, but it wasn't horrible. And also, it's been 7 years since I played through Exilia 2, so my impressions are still very much in my first or second portion of my playthroughs of that game. I only played through that game once, now that I think about it. I hope someday I will play through it eventually. Was it literal RNG? Because, like, I have the Exilia 2 guidebook, and it told me that there were, like, one of, like, 6 or 7... Okay, so yeah, that is RNG, but it's, like, predetermined RNG. You gotta know what algorithm you get to get through it. Yeah, it depends on what party members you take. Yeah, I see. Yeah, man, I really want to revisit the Exilias someday. Do I want to revisit Abyss? Someday I might revisit Abyss. I know I'll have to revisit it eventually, but memories. That's all I'm gonna say. Let's see. You can sneak in here, pick up this treasure chest. Orange shells are gonna be a commodity early game because when it comes to orange shells, you're not gonna be able to buy them for a while. So make sure you keep your orange shells well for a particular point of this playthrough. Do I want to go back to Dot? Oh, Vesperia will be bringing us back to Dot a lot. We will get to those Dot jokes eventually if you want to talk about old school references like that. Oh, I forgot about Cheesedonia too. Frick, it's been so long. It's been so long since I played through Abyss that I forgot about how many times you gotta go back there too. Holy smokes. Cheesedonia and Dot. Man, oh man. Ah, beauty. Yeah, this game's graphics still age well like a fine wine. I still remember when this game was revealed in Christmas of 2007, and it was like one of the first few Abyssal Chronicles posts I did. Like, oh, it's Christmas morning, I'm happy, I got my gifts, and oh, it's time to post about Tales. What? Oh, there's a news press release for Tales of Vesperia, and they had the trailer where it's like it was showing the Walls monument of a thing that we'll be seeing later on in this game, and there were also things like you see the graphics, it's like, holy smokes, it's insane how we went from something like Tales of the Abyss, which was still I mean, for PS2 it was okay.
Was that not right?
Question mark. But like to see that from like to a game like this, like you knew we were moving on to the next gen, like with something like this. This game is so good. PS3 version announcement. I don't remember the PS3 version announcement. Oh wait, no, the PS3 version. I remember now. The PS3 version was announced on April Fools of 2009. But of course, it's Japan observation time, so it was April 2nd for them. But for us outside of Japan, we're like, wait, it's April Fools, where a lot of like news media places are like talking about different things, like, you know, they're joking around. But here's the thing. They announced not just Vesperia PS3, but they announced a Vesperia movie, they announced Tales of Graces on the Wii, and they announced a Tales of Fighting game on the PSP. What the heck?
I'll show you the way out
Why?
now.
Why are these games being announced on this day? I did not see clearly. Holy smokes! We had no idea until like maybe a couple days later. There was another scan that confirmed it's like, oh, okay, all right, it's legit. It was weird outside of Japan, but you kind of understand it the more you think about it. But holy smokes, we were so confused when they made those announcements. It's like, why this day of all days? All right, so do I need to restock? I'm gonna check a bit. I don't think I need to get anything in terms of equipment just yet, so I'm gonna be heading out right now. Oh yeah, you know what? That's a good perspective, EDMG. That's a good perspective, because, yeah, there were games like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy that came out, but you know what? Tales of hasn't been about graphics. That's one thing I've always said about graphics with the Tales of series. It was never really about the graphics. It was more so about the gameplay, because gameplay is just as good as how often Yuri does this to the knights. Thank you, Adakor and Bogos. But yes, like, it's always been about gameplay. So, when I tried the Arise demo that I dropped, like, about a week ago, I was like, or a week or two ago, I was like, holy smokes. I couldn't understand if I was playing a Tales of game or not. I was that confused, because I don't play too many games that use the Unreal Engine either. So, like, when I played it, I'm like, what is going on? Is this actually a Tales game? Tales games, you can't jump in Tales games. I mean, you could, but then they got rid of it in battle, but you never could in the field. Like, I was so confused. It was just out of place. But back in the day, like when it comes to Tales of games, it wasn't always about the graphics. It was more about the gameplay. So for Abyss to be like that, it was... Yeah, it did not look good compared to games like Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy at the time, but we didn't mind that. We only played it for the combat at the end of the day.
It looks that way. Has Repeat come back yet?
Yeah, a lot of them are pretty even without them pushing the high def graphics thing. Like, this game definitely counts. Symphonia counts.
What happened to it?
I want to say Hearts on the DS was really good too. Same with the Destiny and Rebirth on the PS2.
Go pick it up later.
Berseria is kind of nice. Berseria kind of reminds me a bit of like the bright color palette that this game has. So it was nice to see that.
Yeah, but the
I also remember like it ran at like 60 frames, so like I'm not used to like it looking that smoothly compared to like games like Exilia 1, Exilia 2, and Vesperia, where they were running 30 frames on the field. If I please correct me if I'm wrong. First off, if I am getting any of this frame rate data off, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not really particularly have a good eye for frame rate. I mean, heck, I played through the Tales of games, but when I played Berseria, it really just clicked for me. Like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it.
Enough water for the time being?
Yeah, but it won't last long. After that, we'll just
Yeah, Baba did leave for a startup company, but there was some more weird things happening behind the scenes that I don't even know too much about. So it is what it is. I hope Baba is doing well, though. That's all I'm gonna say.
What? You aren't thinking of following Morty over beyond the barrier, are ya?
Nothing after 60 years not received by the human eye.
Don't worry.
Yeah, like I remember like people would be making those like anime interpolation stuff where it would be like, oh, see this running at 60 FPS, so I think it would run better at 30? Yeah, it's a weird thing.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
I apologize if I'm not commenting too much on the plot, because the plot here is again, it's a very slow start. Like, I mean, at least you get a feel for the personalities, which has always been like an aim for a lot of Act 1s of Tales of games. You get a lot of a taste for all of the characters and how the personalities are like. And if that's one thing I really do like about Tales of games, before I talk about that, we did pick up a toilet gel. We need to pick up another gel here, which isn't quite as disgusting, but yeah, if there's one thing that I really do like about Tales of games is that their characters are always so fleshed out when it comes to how they look and whatnot. Because when it comes to... I could actually rest here. You know what? I'm glad I came here, actually. I didn't think about coming here at all, but I'm glad I did. But, yeah, like, that's something I've always appreciated throughout the series whenever I play through different games. I think my favorite cast of characters would be a tie between Legendia and Rebirth, but that's just my opinion at this point. All characters have, like, all these games where the characters are very well fleshed out, in my opinion.
Yuri Lowell, you've given my 2 lackeys a headache.
Yeah.
Now be
No,
a good
you
boy.
hit the hammer in the
Turn
head
yourself
there,
in.
1797. Yeah, a lot of Tales games, they do start off really slowly, where it feels like, oh, it's just like another usual JRPG story, but the characters and their interactions, especially with skits, which unfortunately I can't show during this marathon, especially with skits, they really do help flesh out the cast a lot more. So skits really do help out for the pacing of the narratives, but yeah, it's still like when it comes to just solely narrative, like what I'm doing right now, it does get a little bit, the pacing does get a little bit stilted a bit, which isn't really particularly a fault of the game itself. It's more like an option. Like if you don't want to watch skits in Tales of games, which I would love to hear your reasoning, but that's up to you, then you will notice that like the pacing does take a hit as a result as well. Don't let reviewers hear that though, because we know reviewers. I don't want to take a pot shot at professional reviewers. They're making their money. You know how it is.
When are you gonna fix the fountain, Sir Knight? Hey, cool, Knight!
Wait. People thought Arise skits were cutscenes. You want to know which games use skits for cutscenes? That's going to be the 3rd game of this marathon. That's the one that's going to be using skits for cutscenes. But Arise using... Could they change the style? I can't make a comment on it yet because I need to experience the game fully to understand the skit and gameplay integration. Like I get visually it can be. Oh, by the way, close your eyes from this. This is way too jarring to see. Seeing this on like a huge screen TV can get a little bit nauseating. I hope you guys can talk a little bit faster as we're gonna jump into the next screen, which is much more static. Please, thank you.
Wait a sec, this only has the roads written on it.
But yeah, I can't really comment too much about Arise's skits because I need to play the game. You can't just drop me in the middle of nowhere to sort of like give a full opinion on it. I can give you my knee-jerk reaction or impression. Like, oh, thank you for the orange shells, thank you for the blonde shells, thank you for the life bottles and the bread and the egg. There's not going to be any of those in the shops as we move on forward. That Tales of Arise won't have cutscene skits. Oh yeah, it definitely will not. Especially with all the trailers. But yeah, I need to play Arise from start to finish to fully have an impression about the skits. But my knee-jerk reaction is like, yeah, the skits can be very jarring for people, that's for sure. But there were some intriguing moments that they showed in the demo. Like, I like the one panel where, like, I was gonna call him Licker. Alphen. I like the one skit panel where Alphen was like cooking in his panel. Like that was good. Like if there's more of that, then it'd be really cool for them to explore like that.
A dog?
Licker but medieval. I like that description too. Mass Licker. Common Licker. Wait, no. I mean, technically Common Licker does exist in his own game, but in any case, yeah, I need to play through Arise to get a better impression of it. Looks like I do spices. Oh, this is where we learn Estelle's new name now for the rest of the game, which I kind of like Esteli's a little bit better personally, but I get it's a part of her narrative and her character arc, but
Hope to be back soon.
I could be misremembering this, but I thought I ran into a glitch where like I had one of the DLC costumes on for Estelle, and it still kept her name as Estelle, so I replayed it to see if that would happen, but it didn't, so it might have just been my imagination. But yeah, I was burning all the food. I think that was like my favorite skit. I think that's the only one. I didn't explore too much of the demo because I wanted to play it like as blind as possible. But I think that's like definitely my favorite skit that I ran into when I was playing through the demo 2 weeks ago. No, I understand that the demo has no spoilers. It's more of a case of my own experience. Like I want to experience the game as blindly as possible, as much as I can. And you know what? Being like a previous Tales of admin for a website, I used to always keep myself like up to date with all the Tales games as they're about to come out and all that. I never had the experience for a long time of like, oh, this is a new blank Tales of game. I'm going into it as blind as possible. This will be fun. Like, I kind of get that experience when I go back to older games like Destiny 2 and Rebirth and The Tempest, but when it comes to a new game, I'm like, man, I want to experience this without as much premonition as possible, just to sort of like have the same vibes as I did when I first played a game like Symphonia or something along those lines.
This blade was forged by none other than Assam the Blade Master.
Which character did I enjoy playing as the most? I didn't explore the demo as much as I would like to, because mostly because I had to prepare for this marathon as well. Like, I wanted to explore and learn the battle mechanics, but I'm gonna be like, oh no, I'm gonna like forget things and think like my circle button is a jump button or something. So it would have been very detrimental for me to really explore the battle system. But from the characters that I played Dolahim first, and I really liked how aerial he was. And I played as Alvin a little bit. He's okay, but I think if I were to revisit it, I would like to explore a little bit more with like Dolahim and Law, and actually it'd be kind of cool to play as what's her name, Rimwell, because I hear that they did a really cool job with her being like a mage, and she's also like saying a lot of references to other Tales of games, particularly because I heard the clip of blah blah blah, and I think her way of saying blah 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 is probably like my favorite now. It overtook whatever happened in Dawn in this game, because it's really like she was really annoyed saying it.
There are even weapons without weapon skills that focus instead on raw attack.
Oh yeah, the battle mechanics are confusing maybe coming from older games, but it also could give you a little bit of familiarity because you're picking up a new system.
Weapon skills sealed inside them. Those weapon
God's Breath is
skills will
pretty
be
nutty,
stored
and
inside
Arise, I haven't
the
seen that. Oh, I should probably look it up then. Maybe after today. Or after I stream
If
today.
you have a weapon equipped, you can use the weapon skills sealed inside whenever you want. However, if you unequip
What was the default jump button? That's circle, right? Yeah, and then triangle, square, and X are your three other arts. I tried changing it so that the X button would be your jump button, but what are the words I'm looking for? It was good for battle because it felt like I was playing Devil May Cry a little bit, but then when it went back to the map, it changed. It still kept the default setting for circle being your jump. So I didn't particularly what are the words I'm looking for? I didn't particularly end up sticking with changing the jump button at the end of the day because like it kept swapping it back and forth. But I hope like when I get to my actual playthrough of Arise eventually, like it will become second nature for me to know that, oh, when I'm in the field I press circle to jump, or oh, when I'm in battle I press X to jump, or something along those lines.
You learn fast. You should be able to read all about it in that young lady's book.
I can't imagine business is all that great
A
in a
Ys
place
game.
like this.
Oh, yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Ys. So that's also a series I want to play through someday. Also, this is a tutorial for skills. I just want to point out this tutorial right now. Like, this is like the bread and butter of this game when you need to fully unlock the capabilities in battle. And guess who didn't do that when they thought it was a good idea to rush and prepare for a marathon of 9 games 8 years ago? Like, I was so mad when I look back at my footage of Marathon Stream 1, and I'm like, man, who is this player? Why do they not understand the skill system at all? So, I hope that I could give it a better attention to detail now, especially because, like, I'm keeping track of things, basically. I am using a new computer to keep track of it, so I hope this won't mess me up, basically, compared to how I practiced other times.
Thank you very much.
Because if you did not pay attention to that tutorial, then you're gonna be lost a lot. And this battle book is also important. Please read it just as much as Estelle had been reading it that entire cutscene. See, Estelle, if Estelle can read the battle book, you can read the battle book too. What we are gonna do though is that we're gonna start to pick up our first couple of items right here, that being our equipment. So we got ourselves a Shimtar, wand, and a Karakaze. I'm gonna have to mark that here on my spreadsheet. That's gonna be the way of how I'm gonna be keeping track of things, and it looks like this version of this computer is gonna be a little bit slower compared to my other laptop, but what can you do? I'm gonna keep track of these three right here. Repeat, got the Karakaze. Okay, we got those three. Do I need to get any armor? I don't think I have to, because I think there's like a piece of armor in the next dungeon. Yeah. I do need to pick up this for Estelle, I think, yeah. And we're gonna get some eggs as well. Maybe an apple gel. And some magic lens. Okay, I think we're good. And now we're gonna start equipping that stuff. Shimtar. I get a compact sword. Oh, that was Yuri's. Oops, I didn't realize you could equip that. And Karakaze, so we're now gonna equip those skills up. Yeah, so I apologize. It's gonna be where a lot of the menuing is gonna be sticking to for this entire marathon, and it's gonna be a little bit rough, especially with keeping track of everything. But with the grade shop of this game, there isn't particularly much that I could do with regards to keeping track of weapon skills. So this is the best that I could come up with. From challenging to bounce to a cakewalk by the end. Yeah, that's pretty much like how the game does become, essentially. Oh, it's a pile of apples. Can't steal that there, unlike a certain other Tales of protagonists we know. But in any case, I'm gonna sneak up a little bit here, pick up some more supplies. We could take the milk and the egg and the apple gel up here, though. That's all perfectly fine. And above all, I'm gonna make a nice little trip right here to get a good view of the outdoors. And hello, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, hold on.
Hello?
Vesperia is your favorite game, but they need to do a better job. Yes, they need to do a better job spreading out the skills. Having the dog be the first one to have item thrower. I'm so glad they got rid of item thrower after this game. Because item thrower is just... Oh, it wasn't fun to deal with in Abyss, and it wasn't fun to deal with in this game either. Both games are like, hi, Chihuahua. It takes a while to get it.
They fight for a share of monopolized
You'll make me keep track of it later? Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Are you talking about Blastia? I can't speak for anyone else, but it doesn't seem to me like there's any reason.
I remember stumbling into this in my first playthrough, and it's like, it's hard for me to skip, because like, it's cool, because like Yuri gives himself a little bit of a personality perspective right there.
Truth in what you say.
And Malik here, I mean, this guy just goes off and like shrugs him along. Like, all right.
What was that all about?
Got me. They say the heat can make people go a little crazy.
Playing Tales of games with friends is a lot of fun. That I could say for sure. I mean, playing games with friends is always fun no matter what. Like, I'm pretty sure that's a standard, but Tales games have always kept like multiplayer in mind, except for a select number of titles. But when it is implemented, it is fun. I do hope that the game after arrives, they do reconsider it. I've already come to terms with it not being accepted in Arise because it's not designed for it. I get it, but I hope that they do eventually think about bringing it back for the game after Tales of Arise. I think I got everything that I need here, right? Yeah, all right, let's head out. Oh, the bell tolls. For whom the bell tolls always brings back bad memories of the first game in the entire series. Yes, let's protect the people.
The gate's closing.
Arrows, bring the arrows. Shut the gate
What time are we at? Alright, we're about an hour and a half in. Questions should be coming out a little bit into the game a bit more. We still have a ways to go. Particularly, we're in an okay pace so far, I hope. Because does the dust in this, like... does the dust in this cutscene slow down the 360 version too? I don't remember slowdown in the 360 version of when this cutscene played. But I guess like a good way to sort of like get an idea of it is to watch to play through the Switch version, since it's basically kind of like resembling a 360 in terms of slowdown and whatnot.
Monsters?
Oh, they used this cutscene for the trailer as well. It's like this close-up right over here is more like trailer shot, show off all the beautiful detail of the characters and the cell shading. It's like, yeah, Namco, I see what you're doing. You don't know that art yet, Repeat. We haven't even got you in battle yet. You're still level 6, which Repeat eventually does catch up on, but it's a little bit odd how like Repeat was the only one to not really level scale, even though like he was in the party earlier. No, he wasn't even in the party earlier either.
Please, I can't get up.
I like how they kind of like bring this scene back a little bit for the movie as well. Yeah, honestly, I still think like the movie is probably like the best anime adaptation of the entire series. I feel like, I know it could be a little bit too much overpraised, but I'm talking about Tales of standards here. We have like adaptations that are straight adaptations, which I'm not particularly a fan of. I don't watch too much anime, so if I hear like of an adaptation like Tales of Symphonia or Tales of the Abyss, like those adaptations don't particularly interest me too much because I already played the games. There's nothing there for me, because I feel like an adaptation, an anime adaptation, or any side material should like help fill in the blanks of what wasn't shown in the game. And like I kind of like the blanks that it filled in for First Strike, and I also liked Eternia's anime. I'm probably one of the few people that you will hear that, because Eternia's anime was designed to sort of help like have like a bit of a side story to the game, which I guess they couldn't really put into the game at all, considering data constraints. I mean, that game was put into 3 discs for a reason.
It's nothing, really.
But yeah, it was just, I like it because it has something for people who played the game. Whereas like if I were to watch the anime again, like that just says the narrative, I'll just play the game if I want to experience the story again. But that's just my opinion. Of course, those who want to have anime adaptations, I completely understand where you're coming from.
Whoa.
The movie has Papid. Yes, Papid is like the best. I like the little thing where it's like Yuri accidentally smacks Papid, and then like Papid just like bites him in the face. Like, that's good.
This place could definitely use a barrier against a pack that big.
Couldn't they install a barrier blastia here?
I understand like how the anime adaptations do help increasing an audience. Like, and with that increased audience, there's an increased chance of them trying out the games as well. So I understand all that, that's for sure. I'm just talking about like my perspective about like how I feel about anime adaptations in general.
Even if that were to happen, I can't see the Empire.
It's a Flynn Yuri show, so I sort of don't like games or anime. Yeah, no, I understand. If you don't like Flynn and Yuri, then don't watch it. Like, the movie is not for you, because it's clearly a prequel for Yuri and Flynn. What was intriguing, because like that movie does have like a lot of like voice actor replacements and whatnot. Probably something within like Funimation and unions and the like. But the voice actors that they got, I thought were pretty good, like for returning cast members. Like, particularly for, I think I like Rita's better in the movie than this game. Like, no offense to Michelle Ruff, she's a good voice actress, but I think I liked her voice actress in the movie more. Same with Ravens was a particular take that I liked as well. Like, I would have loved to have hear them like try a little bit of action scenes, because like those two don't get as much action in the movie compared to the game for them to sort of like explore basically. But it was cool to hear like different takes done by different actors.
Hey, hold it! It's always the same with these guild idiots.
The concept of guilds.
Great, we'll never get through as long as this keeps up.
But Flynn is
I did see a comment where someone was talking about like how it had some inconsistencies, and I can kind of see that. I mean, they're more so trying. I think the purpose of the movie was all about trying to give the audiences like a taste of Vesperia without having to play the game, but also have something for Vesperia as well. So there's bound to be inconsistencies,
How about
of
coming to
course.
work for
Like,
me? You'll be paid, of course.
I don't think the inconsistencies really bothered me too much, but and besides, like the characters that do, or the content from the movie that do eventually show up in the port was like, it didn't really, doesn't really affect much of this narrative.
Someone without even introducing yourself?
Watch your mouth.
Be running into this character, yeah.
You're just as charming as I expected.
Kaufman
I'm
of the
Kaufman of the Merchants Guild
Fortunes
Market.
Market. Yeah, I wish I could remember too much about like my first impressions about a lot of this stuff, because I played this game really sporadically way back in 2013. So I just remembered making fun of Estelle. One particular boss that really rubbed me the wrong way, which we will be running into probably around the start of day 3 or the end of day 2, depending on our pace. But yeah, there was just a lot that I don't really remember too much of my playthrough of this game compared to like when I played Legendia, where I played for the first marathon. I really remembered like that game a lot more than this one for some reason.
The leader? Man, there's some amazing things out there.
Do you know if there's another way we can cross the plains? We're in a hurry.
Yes, please, we're in a rush. We need to get across there as soon as possible. We gotta talk to Flynn.
Huh. I guess there's no point getting worked up over it.
But I can't afford to just sit and wait. I'm gonna get a second opinion.
I wonder what she did eventually answer. Yes, repeat. I agree. That is certainly my opinion right there. Out of curiosity, for everybody in the chat, when was the first time you all played Tales of Vesperia? Again, I wish I remembered too much about like also people's impressions about Vesperia, but yeah, like a lot of people were really into this game because of how it was set up in the past, where the 360 didn't really have too much of JRPGs at the time. Though, if I recall, Resonance of Fate did come out on that system, and I revisited that game like 5 or 6 years ago, and that game was really solid too.
So naturally, the Imperial Knights would never deign to escort the likes of
At launch for PS3 imported. Ooh, very nice, an import player. Played in 2009, intro to the series. Yeah, that's really good. 2017 PS3 version, and then PC. Very nice, very nice. Oh, right, because like the PS3 version. So you can tell I'm not the biggest fan of Vesperia because I completely forgot there was a PS3 patch. Now I feel bad now because like that group really did a great job bringing the PS3 version over to everybody before the definitive edition came out. That's right.
But the fact that you guys aren't going that way must mean
I guess you could tell like I also didn't particularly have an interest in revisiting Vesperia at the time too, because I was more interested in visiting other Tales of games at the time. But I'm happy that like that patch did exist, because getting stuff that's inaccessible to fans out is really nice to see.
Maybe I'll talk to you about that job if we meet again.
It's like if Bamka won't do it, then we'll do it ourselves. Until it's official, then that's a different story. Oh, you 100% in Resonance? Holy smokes. 2010, 2016.
I'm not waiting.
We got some
around
mid
for the
2000
monsters
nerds.
to
We got
leave
some
or anything.
new
Just
fans
resting
and
a while.
whatnot. That's good. That's good. It's nice to see people from different walks essentially experiencing this game, because I don't know. I always get the question sometimes. It's like, oh, what's the first Tales of game I should play that's easily accessible? And I would pick this game, even though it is really slow. Like, eventually, you sort of get an idea as to, like, how Tales of is like in terms of casting and whatnot. I could also recommend Vesperia. It's just that there may be people who may have the same experience like my friend did, was like, oh, it's so easy. But then, like, when you jump into Vesperia, you're going to get it, or other Tales of games, are going to be a little bit rough to transition into. Like, of course, play whatever you want, like, really. But then if people ask me, then that's what I would recommend, essentially. Yeah, Vesperia is super easy. Like, you're going to see how I prepare for it, and it's going to be, like, it is what it is at that point. Alright. We're going to be playing as our dog right here, Repeat. Have we ever seen Repeat like done in a 2D sprite style? I don't think we have. Granted, the only Vesperians we've ever seen in a 2D sprite style are like Yuri and Project Cross Zone and Tales of Versus. We saw Estelle in 2D sprite form as well in Project Cross Zone and Cross Zone 2, as well with Flim.
A forest in a place like this can only mean
I wanted to play as a Project Cross Zone 2, but it ended up being like more like Project Cross Zone 1, but even longer. I felt like in the beginning, and I learned that like Yuri and Flynn and Estelle are like the last party members to join, and I'm like, oh, I'm not interested in going through Project Cross Zone 2 just to reach them, because I think they're like 25 hours into the game to get there, basically.
Okay, let's go.
But yeah, I think that was like the only points where they were like in 2D sprite form or something along those lines, because not a lot of the other characters get like 2D sprites. Like at most it's just like 2D art that you get in like the mobile games and whatnot. Right. Got ourselves another apple gummy. Wait. Did the thing say gummy? Okay, cool. That's cute. Because like in the Japanese text, their gels are called gummies originally, so it's nice to see them like sort of represent a little bit. We got ourselves a nice little iron circlet for Estelle over here. Oh, I also bought her armor too, which I forgot to equip. Let's see, sneak on down here, pass by some enemies. So, the unfortunate thing with early game Vesperia, when you're trying to avoid encounters, is that you're not going to be getting a lot of holy bottles at the beginning, and holy bottles are the best in the series in this game, because when you have a holy bottle, you're practically a ghost, and the enemies don't move either, so it's like 2 for 1, which helps for most scenarios, basically. They do not help at all in Vesperia. In Destiny, they run out very quickly. Destiny PS1. When I say Destiny, please assume that I'm saying Destiny PS1, because Sorry, I got distracted by that line because that's a line that's used in a Magikarta in Tales of Graces F. And I'm like, who says this? It's like, oh, it's Estelle. And like, when does she say? It's like at the beginning of the game? I'll never forget that line now because of how out of place it felt that they made that choice in Graces F.
What's it doing in a place like this?
Yeah, that's right. Vesperia is also on PS3. But yeah, I think holy bottles are like the best in the series in this game. I think Exilia has been a while since I played those games, but I think they were kind of okay in that game too.
What's this?
Oh yeah, like you hit the hammer on the head there, Kip. Like a lot of games, like at the end of the day, no matter how perfect you think it is, like there are always going to be flaws in it. It's more of an idea that you accept the games for their flaws. That's why you think it's your favorite. Like, I could tell you, one of my favorite fighting games of all time is Flying Dragon Hiriono Ken Twin on the N64. Nobody's heard of that, and for good reason, because there are a lot of flaws that people don't like about it, but I like it because it has RPG elements in the fighting game, which eventually became the reason why I played Tales.
You just fell over all of a sudden. Don't you remember?
Perhaps it was the air that made me dizzy.
So this is when we start learning about air.
It's sort of like the fuel that powers the Blastia, right?
Yes, thank you, Yuri. Keeping track of air is like, it's the same idea of like your mana in the Azaria games. You also see it in the Exilias too. It's like it's such a common thing that you see in Tales of games that like it's always been something that's like, oh, it's just magic. It's like I kind of like the games that don't dive into those kind of stuff, but that's just me personally. Like you kind of see it not have its thing like in games like Tales of Destiny or Tales of Rebirth.
What if you collapse again?
I can't comment on Legenia because like that's also the older game that like I haven't revisited for a longer time. Because Legenia does dive into things like elements of what are the words I'm looking for? Eris? Yeah. Iron Eris, Crystal Eris, but Like, I feel like it might be a little bit more simpler based on the impression that I had revisiting it a little bit earlier this year. But, I don't know, it's the thing throughout this year, so I'm like, it's just your usual magic dust, basically. Lengendia, yes, I know, I said it. I called it Lengendia 8 years ago.
Hold on a sec. I can make something simple.
You can cook, Yuri?
If Japanese isn't your first language. Yes, no, I understand,
Not exactly
I
a
understand.
royal chef.
That's always the thing with localizations, like, getting used to localized terms versus Japanese terms is always going to be intriguing. If you go from one way to the other or vice versa, Japanese to English, English to Japanese, or whichever language.
Well,
Oh yeah, I forgot Tales of Destiny did have lands, but I've always thought of like lands as like a part of like the economy. But yeah, it did have a power for it basically.
Actually, it's the guys who are after him I feel sorry for.
what do you mean?
Ever since we were kids, I've never been able to beat Flynn at anything.
When we learn more about this Flynn
Racing,
character, you know what?
whatever.
Here's the thing that I'm thinking about. Like, whenever they do the narratives for these games, it's like they like to keep things in secret. Yet, like when it comes to promo material, like
That must be
it kind of
nice.
like
I've never had anyone like that in my life.
what's the word? What are the terms I'm looking for? Like it kind of ruins the mystery of things a little bit. And the openings too, particularly like this comes to mind when I think about Tales of Vesperia, because the secret about Rose is definitely not a secret, but the way that the game's narrative of Vesperia prepared Rose was like very much like, wow, they really hid her well.
Wasn't anything
Like
special.
it's not at the same effect as what we're experiencing here with Yuri and Flynn, because like,
It was very tasty.
or Flynn particularly, because they are hiding Flynn a little bit,
Cooking
but
myself.
he does appear in the opening, yet you're not supposed to know what his name is, which is why I'm always curious about like the people who have played like these games who aren't like hardcore Tales fans like most of us here. Like, how would they have like known about Rose or felt about Rose in Vesperia, or felt about Flynn in this game? Like, how they keep them hidden until they're required.
And it's great for regaining lost energy. Cooking has a lot of other effects as well. This is pretty much everything I know how to cook
So
right
here we're going to learn about cooking. Cooking is also very important too. They really explored a lot in this game in terms of the mechanics that they like to hide and show as surprises, which I appreciate for video games really. It's just more of like, it's more of a time commitment thing, which I'm not particularly the best of committing time when it comes to playing games as much as I was back then, but
You're so good at that.
when it comes to cooking, I think you do learn about this in the battle book, where essentially if you keep repetitively cooking recipes with particular characters, you will learn additional recipes and whatnot. And make sure that you find those recipes, because they will be very helpful for you in the long run. But a part of it is like, well, I'm kind of avoiding encounters, so it doesn't really help me too much in this playthrough, but I'm still going to use it.
Like when cooks taste the food they make? Well, you're a sheltered little princess who's lived her life.
Yeah, Omega, you hit the hammer on the head there. Like, that's pretty much the gist of it. I wish that, like, if they had kept promo a little bit, like, less, but then, like,
I suppose so.
they kind of, I don't know, they're kind of stuck in a corner here, because, like, Tales of has always been about promoting characters and all that before releases.
Well, shall we be going?
Like, they've been doing that since, like, I know they definitely did that for Innocence DS. They did it for this game. They also did it for, like, did they do it for... I can't comment too much about Abyss, because when Abyssal Chronicles started, well, it was named after the localized game that was going to come out at the time, so we weren't really reporting on that game too much, unless, like, it was all localization news, but... Like, I remember the games afterwards, like, they were reintroducing the Destiny R characters, they were showing the Innocence characters. Tempest went through a bit of a weird, release news cycle, but people consider that a different game anyway. I mean, that's the reason why back in the day, escorts were sort of considered a thing because of that, but, Innocence, yeah, they sort of introduced, all the characters had their own, like, character videos and their what's it called, they had their character videos and they had battle demonstration videos. Vesperia didn't have videos, but they had they had their website updated with their descriptions and whatnot every couple of months. I remember refreshing that website a lot back in the day. Thank you. Thank you for one of the most mimetic lines in this game, by the way. But yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, they trap themselves into a corner where it's like when they keep promoting the games, it's like they developed a routine for themselves where it's like, oh, we have to introduce these characters and promote them this way because characters is one of our selling strong points. And hey, Tales is big to this day. I don't know if that's like a part of it, but a lot of the Japanese culture, they really do appreciate like the voice actor announcements with the characters, because voice acting is also a huge thing when it comes to Japanese fandom and culture and whatnot. So like it works, but it does affect the narrative in that sense, because it is a little bit unfortunate that some mysteries are sort of lost because of it.
Huh? The monster turned into a girl?
This kid is really out of it.
Oh, brother, this should be interesting.
Yeah, Japan had promo material for both Milas. Yeah, that was the most interesting thing. It's like, oh, they introduced Mila first, and then they introduced Mila Maxwell. I'm like, what? Huh? Like, it was weird. Like, it was a weird time.
And you've met Repeat already.
I mean, no, I say it's a weird time, like, it's the past. It's still happening now.
Anyway,
but granted,
nice to meet you.
At least with the Rises promotion, I don't think they're doing as much, but also at the same time, I'm trying to keep myself, like, not as connected with the Rise as much as possible, because I want to keep myself, like, not as knowledgeable about the game before I get into it. But I remember they were doing that with... No, actually... Did they do that with Vesperia? Was Vesperia kept a secret as much as like... No, I remember Vesperia... Oh, yes, Vesperia was kept as a secret. I remember now. Vesperia and Arise are both games that they particularly kept as a secret, but... Like, Arise, they started showing more of things, like, as we're getting closer to the game's release, whereas Vesperia, we didn't have too much about the gameplay until, like, it was some promo visit in Italy, I want to say. It's somewhere in Europe where, like, Bamco was showing the gameplay to the press, and somebody who wasn't supposed to record it recorded it. Like, that was our only glimpse of the gameplay for a long time after the announcement of what's it called? Of Vesperia in Tales of Festival back in 2015.
You guys both have one too? Oh yeah? Whoa, how do you like this?
Yeah, avoid the spoilers. Yeah, I had to avoid the trailers. Yeah, of course avoid the spoilers. But yeah, trailers, yeah. I made sure to not watch too much of the trailers. I think the only one I watched was, like, Dohalim's, like, from the demo. I didn't watch anybody else's, because I knew I wanted to keep myself as less informed as possible before I start playing the game.
Hey, wait! Who said you could just ride in there?
Oh, here's the thing about this game, too, Vesperia. They do a lot of, like, fun little character animations, too, like, during the, cutscenes and whatnot. It kind of was a thing a bit in Abyss, but they didn't explore it too much. Like, they do some animations here or there, if I recall correctly. Symphonia was really stiff, but it was the first 3D game, so it was nice to see more of the evolution of how the character models behaved in between these 3D games, because I know it doesn't feel like it because we're so far into the series right now, but this is like the third 3D Tales of game, which I think some people still forget sometimes, especially because this game got re-released. But it is cool to see, like, how the game evolves. I will correct myself right now. It's the third mainline 3D game. I mean, if you want to count Radiant Mythologies, that's up to you. But I don't think they really did any animations in Radiant Mythology. But yeah. Oh yeah, the Radiant Mythology cutscenes were all but just skits and character models just standing around, like the skit images and whatnot. Yes, Dawn of the New World was... Oh, how do I keep forgetting about Legendia? I'm so sorry, Legendia. You're one of my favorite narratives, I swear. It's just been a long time. Legendia didn't really explore... Actually, it did explore a bit. Actually, oh my gosh. Legendia is the third... Vesperia is the fourth. No, Legenia is the second, the Abyss is the third, Vesperia is the fourth. Yeah, it wasn't made by the main team. I get it, but it's just Legenia, I'd say, still counts. I think the game more so works well like with this narrative and script as opposed to the animations, but there are some funny things that do happen in the animations a bit.
You guys haven't been to Halura before, right?
Yeah, Legenia was made by the Tekken crew, which it still blows my mind to this day because, like, man, the Tekken crew made a Tales of game. And they use Goshina, which is very synonymous with Tekken nowadays. Granted, I think Goshina's a free agent. He's just doing whatever he wants.
I read that in a book.
Well, thank you, Professor. So what's happened to this famous barrier?
When it comes to yeah, exactly. Dawn of the New World was the beta test for mocap cutscenes. That's when they really started to bring in the whole identity with how Tales of cutscenes are delivered nowadays. Because it started with Exilia 1, and then Graces followed suit with it because that game was developed on the Wii, and then Exilia 1 kept going with it. Like, it expanded on it more. There were barely too much of the cutscenes that were done on the field. Exilia 2 ramped it up in the action, I think, and Vesperia and Vesperia just kept it going, basically. The last Tales of game to really not use those mocap cutscenes, well, by design, is like the 2D Tales of Fantasia Narikiri Dungeon Cross. But if you want to go with 3D, I guess you could go with Radiant Mythology 3. I guess Raze counts. But Raze uses skid images, so I don't know. I haven't looked too much into Raze to comment too much about that. Crestoria uses skid images, if I recall. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, all of it has just been nothing but mocap there on forward. Alright, I have to do a Halure. Something about going up here first.
Might I help heal your wounds?
Yes, this is also voiced in this version.
Oh my, you can use healing arts? Why, that would be excellent. But I'm afraid we
Raze is very old school about it.
No.
And because like there were like skid images in there too, which sort of helped implement it as well.
Amazing. The pain is all gone. Thank you so very much.
Please don't mention it.
I think like if I remembered like the people's feedback when it came to the voice acting of this game, like outside of Yuri being voiced by Grant George, which he does a fine job as him, but when it comes to the revoice lines, I think like there were people who weren't particularly fond of there was Adicor and Bokos, which are fine, but I think who's the leader of this thing? Like LeBlanc? Yeah, I think there were some people who didn't really like his voice replacement. I didn't notice it either, personally, when I played through the game. But replaying it nowadays, I'm like, oh yeah, I could hear it when I hear it more, basically.
Yes, that young man.
Raze used 3D models with his skid images. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's why I really want to like go through Raze's story again someday. Like, I know someday eventually I will go through Raze's story because I need to. I hear good things about it because it uses, like, Raze is a unique game compared to other crossover titles because they use the characters as canon as possible from their source games, as far as I understand. It's not like something made up where it's like, oh, Kyle Dunamis is a milkman or something, or Luke and Ash are brothers. They're actually like their canon character sources and whatnot. Or Crestoria. Yeah, Crestoria. I can't even begin to talk about Crestoria's. What was Crestoria's? I think it was like the weirdest thing. Oh, I don't know, like, all of Crestoria's crossover handling is like, oh, you could just replace those with, like, major NPCs and they'll be fine.
Don't you feel better now?
Yes.
Oh, Crestoria Liam was weird. I forgot about, oh no, I remember why I blocked it on my memory.
I'll go have a look at this famous tree. Want to come with?
Kyle the Milkman? No, that was Asteria season 4. I want to call it season 4 because like that was the one where it's like everything went to crap basically. Like when season 4 happened, a lot of things happened. Like all their canon stuff, like that also like spawned the start of like the original characters Do Not Steal of Yuri as a Fang, Mila as Roar. No, Yuri was Claw, Lloyd was Fang. Yeah. The original characters Do Not Steal from Asteria season 4. I stopped looking into Asteria after season 4 though, because I was like, I'm done. I don't want to look in. I think that was the time when Rays came out, so I was more getting into Rays and less into Asteria at that point.
I'm doing the best I can.
And then when Castoria came out, which was basically more like Asteria but slightly better, I'm like, I don't want to go through Castoria again, except for the story.
It's over. It's over. It's all over. It's really over. Everything.
Oh, Carol.
Everything is over.
I do like Carol's arc throughout this game, though. Like, yeah, you know what? Here's something that I want to say. Like, people like to throw, like, cliche all over the place. Like, because, like, they want to feel like they want to be surprised and have things unexpected. But you know what? Things are cliches for a reason because they work. And I like Carol's arc throughout this game. It's simple, it's cliche, but it works. Like, I want it to work. I'd rather see something, like, cliched and work compared to something, like, unexpected and weird. Like, if it's unexpected and good, that depends on how it's, like, executed, basically. But if it's unexpected and bad, then all that is pretty much subjective at that point, but I want it to make sense. That's the important thing. Please make it make sense. Even if it ends up sounding cliched at some points. Do I remember any of Tales of Link? I wish I did. Link and Asteria came out at the same time. I had to choose one, so I chose Asteria. I wish I went into Link, because people said good things about that game's narrative. Gameplay, I remember diving into quite a bit when it came out, but then when it got localized, I was like, I didn't want to go through the beginning again, because it certainly did drag. Yeah, I heard really good things about Link, but someday I'll get into it.
What do you mean?
When monsters come again, more people are gonna get hurt. Those kids we just saw could be among them.
That's true, but I have no idea how I could heal the barrier.
So for those who've been keeping up with Vesperia right now, we are starting to learn more about the barrier blastia of this town, Halor, and honestly, the barrier blastias are a really cool way of explaining, like, oh, the monsters will not attack these towns. Like, I'm glad they explained it in this game, and it makes sense. Like, in the realm of its, like, magical terms of, fantasy terms of, blastia and air. So I really like how they explain it here the most compared to other Tales of games.
I don't know if you'll make much progress on that.
Granted, my memory might be foggy at this point, because, like, I'm trying to remember previous Tales of games where it's like, oh, did they ever have an explanation about how the monsters would attack the towns? I don't think so, but Vesperia here at least allows it to be a part of its narrative.
It seems these two are trying to figure out the reason the trees withered so.
Ray Staff really likes Link. Yeah, they really do. I remember, like, hearing that song for the first time, like, what song is this? Like, oh, it's the credits song of the entire series. Like, oh, okay, I get it. It's like, yeah, they really do like Link, and honestly, it'd be cool to see more, like, mobile-only characters who didn't have, like, a motion battle system or any battle system attached to them. Like, it'd be cool to see, like, them remade in that sort of way. Like, they started doing it with Link, which is cool, but I hope they start doing it for, like, other titles. Like, one that is recent, one that came out recently, one that was localized less than a year ago. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Anywho.
What? The monster blood? I had no idea.
Oh, are we going to talk about the Rays, the Rays cancellation stuff again? Well, I feel like a part of it is because, like, I think I talked about this a while ago, but basically, having Rays and Link localized at the same time for a series that was starting to get popular, but still not quite, was not particularly it didn't really help out at the end of the day. And we're getting it. You know what I keep forgetting? There's going to be another mobile game coming out localized alongside Crestoria. It's going to be Tales of Luminaria. It's like, I don't mind if it exists. If it exists, it exists. But I'm just worried about how it's going to be handled in the localization market, because now we're going to be running into a similar scenario with Link and Ray's when they both existed, but now it's going to be Crestoria and Luminaria. So it's going to be... I hope I'm wrong. I hope they both end up doing better, but it just feels like initial knee-jerk reactions. I hope it'll do well outside of the West, because I know it'll do well in Japan, because like Tales mobile games always do well in Japan. Like that's why we have 4 active ones right now. It's just in a localization sense, that's sort of something you gotta think about.
Unfortunately, we're sold out at the moment.
But how can that be?
But you know,
Yeah, catching up to Raids is really hard, because the story, like, I haven't even caught up with this with first arc either. I just play it to like play the different characters and play in battle and see how they all react. Like that. Oh wait, was it Egg, Bear, Claw, Near Fruit, Liluria Petal? Got it. But yeah, like Raids has been all about like giving super fan service to Tales of fans. It's a Tales fans Tales game, like I like to call it. That might be part of the reason why I probably didn't do well with Worldwide, but it's just, man, that game gives like the best kind of fan service to hardcore fans. And I'm not talking about, you know, your usual definition of fan service. I'm talking about like actual fan service where you appeal to the longtime fans of the series. Like, oh wow, I wonder how it would feel like to have this boss character playable. Here you go. Wow, I wonder if we could expand on the lore on them a little bit more. What if scenarios? Here you go. It's like, holy smokes! Like, man, the amount of care and love Tales of the Rays has, like, you could tell, like, they did a very good job to appeal to longtime fans.
they make their living hunting monsters.
Link was localized a year before Rays. Yeah, I think the timeline sounds right. It's not about like how long it was. It's just that the fact that 2 of the games existed in the localization sense, because not a lot of famous series have like more than one like mobile game. It just so happens that Tales of, for some weird reason, is doing a really good job with multiple mobile games in Japan, but outside of Japan, it's a little bit all over the place.
Might try asking him.
Gotcha. We'll come back when we've gotten the ingredients together.
Crestoria status. I don't know what they're doing with Crestoria still, because to be honest, when it comes to Crestoria, I get why they're calling it both the mainline and the crossover title, because they want to promote it that way. Like, but I think. Thank you, Troy Baker. But I think like the best thing to call Crestoria is that I'm pretty sure it's a crossover, but for now it's a mainline.
Well then, we'll have to go with what you've told us.
Yuri.
Yeah, Luminaria definitely feels more like a mainline title based on their definitions. Because they just said straight up there's not going to be any crossovers. And I don't want any people who are going to be like, oh, but what about the cameo bottles? Are those crossovers? Be quiet. Don't ever mention that ever again. That doesn't count.
What about waiting for Flynn?
Wasn't it you who said?
So this is a thing that does come up throughout the story where Estelle tries to make decisions and whatnot.
Can't wait to see the look on his face.
I remember not standing that when I was younger, when I first played this game, and here I'm a little bit more I am definitely more accepting of it nowadays, but back then I did not particularly stand it. But I don't mind that about Estelle's arc throughout this game. Alright, so we're gonna head back to the Koi Woods, and we're gonna pick up some ingredients for our Panacea bottle. I think we're gonna be picking up the Nia fruit and Prepare to Die Egg Bear Claw here.
Hey,
What about Vegan Grace SF? I've been meaning to look back at that cross. Yo, Grace SF is a game that I also want to replay too, because Well, I saw a friend of mine play through it recently, and I'm like, I would really love to replay this, but I think the proper timeline should be me playing through Tales of Destiny DC first before I play through Tales of Graces F to sort of get a better feel for the blast caliber system and whatnot. Hey Omega Rob, how's it going? So this is when we learn about Blastia are more of a commodity in this universe. I mean, Yuri does comment on it a bit in the beginning, but yeah, basically Blastia aren't essentially regulated unless like you get them from the guilds and whatnot.
I think that makes sense. If Blastia weren't regulated,
Eleanor's pretty plot relevant. I forgot what she did in Crestoria. We're gonna have to look through the plot of Crestoria again for that.
I don't know about.
So anyway, what's your story? How'd you get yours?
Yeah, Asteria has no original stuff. It's all just full crossover.
This was
yeah, I heard really good things about Link. I want to revisit that. Raze, I definitely do want to go through because I love its gameplay so much. Crestoria, I am keeping track of, but I didn't check the most recent chapter. I don't read it when I see a part 1 because I'd rather get part 1 and part 2 both done at the same time.
Look at her, she's a noble. They all have these.
Yeah, so there's Velvet, Mila, Crest, Leon, Luke. I think Sophie was in there too, if I recall correctly.
You had some class.
Yeah. Let's go get that Nia fruit.
Yuri the delinquent with his trusty dog and Estelle the noble and a little kid. Part 1 and part 2 unnecessary? I mean, yeah, but it's a mobile game. Like, I feel like that's pretty much like the mobile structure nowadays. Like, I don't play too many mobile games. I'm not a mobile game player. I'm not saying mobile games are bad. If you like them, more power to you. It's just, it's hard for me to keep track of. Like, I think, here's the thing with Raze. Like, I love playing Raze because it's the mobile game that I like to play, but part of me, when I play it, I'm like, I could be using this time to play another Tales of game which isn't on a phone. Like, that's the inherent problem of Raze for me. Like, it's so good in re-emulating a Tales of game, I'm like, shouldn't I be revisiting another Tales of game right now? And that's like, in no fault of Raze itself, that's more so my own personal thing, because I still have to visit Tales of Destiny Director's Cut. I want to revisit Graces F, Legendia, the Exilias, and Arise is coming out soon. Like, it's just, I love Raze because like it could be the game that I would play more often if I had not caught up with the other Tales of games. That's pretty much the thing with me with Raze. But it's such a good app game. Like, if I were to choose a mobile game, it would definitely be that and well, Hearthstone. I still like Hearthstone. I still like card games. Even though I think I'm more of a well, I didn't mind Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. I definitely like Hearthstone better. Anywho, card games aside. Yeah, we're talking more about the story of Cresty. Yeah, I think the last story part I read was chapter 8.
Jeez, you smell horrible.
This wasn't voiced in the 360 version either. I thought this was voiced in 360. Like, that's how well Grant George does, like, for being the replacement of Troy Baker.
Do something like that. Oh no.
A question will be coming up soon. Be patient. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll get to it eventually. This game is a very long game.
Famous for their terrible ferocity.
Again, like, if you could tell, like, there's a difference between Grant George and Troy Baker, then you probably have really good ears, or you're really hardcore into Vesperia. Because I'm just talking from the casual fan perspective, it's not as noticeable unless you, again, you have really good ears.
And repeat also.
But they brought back, I don't know Carol's voice actor, but I know Estelle is Eden Regal, and I remember her most for like another game series, Puyo Puyo particularly, but I don't remember who Carol's voice actress is. But yeah, I'm glad that they're able to reprise their roles, even though it has been 10 years. I think that's something that people often forget. It's been 10 years since these people last voiced their roles, so they may not be able to remember how they're able to fully embody their characters from back then to now. But from what they're able to do, they've done a really good job. There may be one character I might comment on, but I think everybody knows which character it is, which isn't named Yuri. I'm not talking about Grant George. I'm talking about somebody else who we'll be seeing soon. Julianne Taylor? Thank you. Thank you, Eclipse. Ah, the Egg Bear. The Egg Bear.
Be on your guard, everyone. It's really ferocious.
Yeah, it's Michelle Ruff. I mean, she kind of gets into it a bit. Like, you kind of hear it a bit, but it feels like her work got better in the later lines when she was revisiting it. But for the earlier lines, it felt like she was probably giving. I'm not going to speculate her stuff. Like, I'm not going to speculate, but basically, I felt like she got better later on in the game.
That's an egg bear?
It is.
Well, I have to hand it to you, Captain Carroll.
You know,
Operation Stink Bomb.
there's similarities between these three games, but unfortunately, the Egg Bear is only similar between this game and Eternia. But there's definitely a similarity between these three games that I'll be talking about later once we get to it here. But next boss here is the Egg Bear. I don't think there's too much really to watch out for. Your party members will definitely die from the mooks. That's for sure. So make sure to wipe them out right away. Let's see what we can do here with the repeat. Also, we gotta make sure to avoid the Egg Bear because the Egg Bear really hits hard. I know that's like, well, duh, but especially hard early game because you're gonna see Yuri down to HP that low, and this is why you wanna make sure you turn this stuff off for Estelle, and at the same time also command her to do first aid because while her healing AI, I heard like improved a little bit in this game, it's still not quite the best, basically. Alright, so let's see if we could target. Okay, one of the wolves died. I think it was Carol who knocked it out, so that's good for Carol, but I don't mind Yuri constantly dying here. Let's just imagine Yuri right now was like me, the me from 2013 playing. But yeah, once we get rid of the mooks, Egg Bear should be easy to kill because like we could basically combo lock him to death because he doesn't. This Egg Bear doesn't have guard arts. It basically helps him prevent staggers, nor does he have like a tech out or anything. So we could just keep him in a block lock like this. Turn on Estelle's attack arts, and just keep it going from here. Riva Unitia, yeah, it's a port of a mobile game. That was Tales of Tactics Union on mobile, and then it eventually was ported to 3DS where the Big Cell was like, oh, now you have two stories to play through, and you also have Ludger and Julius as playable characters. Where it's a very common thing with crossover games where they always advertise like the newest game at the time as like, oh hey, they're gonna be playable characters now. Like Radiant Mythology 1. Well, technically Narakiri Dungeon 3 started it, but they weren't playables because Narakiri Dungeon 3 teased Vague and Kuria Claire from Tales of Rebirth. But then in Radiant Mythology 1, there they advertised Luke and Tyr, and Radiant Mythology 2 they advertised Yuri, Estelle, and Rapide. And Radiant Mythology 3 they did Asbel, Sharia, and I want to say Hubert, but I know Asbel and Sharia were definitely there. Wait, did they both die? Oh shoot. Why are we not getting the combo lock? Did y'all see what just happened there? Because I definitely saw it. You know what? Everybody stay on defense, please, because I don't know what's happening. I don't know why you're all not behaving very well today, but this definitely did not happen during practice, that's for sure. Chalk that one up on the bingo board, you guys, but yeah, what is going on? Oh my gosh, block, please! Guys! I want you guys to get your levels here! This isn't even me this time, it's my party! Okay, guys. Let's do this. Yuri, there's a block button. Please use it. I don't ask for much, but please use the block button when you can. Okay. Let's attack now, guys. Alright, let's go, let's go. Keep going. Keep going. Do the things, everybody. Okay. Okay. Guys, let's work together on this. Are we all set properly? Let me double check your strats here. Full arts, magic arts. Oh. That's why. So it was my fault. My apologies. Okay, I think Carol should be able to carry it through now. Alright, this egg bear should be dead soon. We're gonna let it prepare to die. Okay, Estelle? Oh, she used all the orange shells. Oh no. Okay, can we get a combo lock in here, please? Please? Something? Anything? No, you're not using it, Yuri. You don't deserve it for all the times you died. Alright, come on. Wake up, Egg Bear. Prepare to wake up, Egg Bear. Don't you dare use it, Yuri. Okay, there you go. This is how it should be more like. Okay, come on, Egg Bear. That was half the HP. Let's get the other half done. Yo, the Egg Bear with the GSP like spinning back fist. Okay, here's the thing. Just to make this a little bit simpler for myself, do not use for now. Alright, wake up, please. Keep it going. Just keep it going. Keep it spinning. Alright. Are we okay? Down to... There we go. Okay, what was the minus 4.27 grade? It's all because of Yuri and Carol. More Yuri than anything else. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Ah! That was like 6 times. That was 6 of my life bottles. Thank goodness I bought life bottles ahead of time. Holy smokes. Alright. Alright. Well, I'm glad you learned something, Yuri. I hope it was something more than just that title.
What? Anybody can do that. It just comes right off.
Negative grade in Vesperia. Yeah. Story of my life. Negative grade of my life, in any case.
Estelle, why don't you guard the perimeter?
Egg Bear really did do a lot to us. What the heck was that?
Right.
Screaming Turtle. Ah, that's fine. I grade grinded on this file. What's negative 4.27 anyway? Oh, for the Radiant Mythologies. For the this scene is so pretty good. Look at the animation on Carol right there. Like, that's some like. That's cool that they're able to get like limb control to that point of the game, like in development. It's nice to see. It's the little things, you know. Yeah, that bear really wanted us dead. Holy smokes! I still can't get over what he did to both Yuri and Carol. Insane, absolutely insane.
Let's go pay the mayor another visit.
Okay. Egg bears. Yeah, the egg bears were definitely popularized in this game, but I'll always remember egg bears in this series because of Eternia, and we'll get into that once we get into it, but yeah. Chihuahua.
Oh man. Alright.
Yeah, we're not ready for this. Everybody run. You know, the thing about a 10 times EXP playthrough is that early game gets a little bit intriguing for party members, but I think after this boss fight, things should be okay, I hope. Unless the next boss fight might prove to be a bit of an issue, but if I keep everybody away, then it should be fine. Not like the Egg Bear, where it had high damage output. Here, it may not be so bad, I hope.
There are too many.
One at a time.
Eternia Egg Bear. Oh yes, we will be going through Eternia Egg Bear. One of my favorite moments in that game, that's for sure. Yeah, see, that's what. Thank you, Verchase. That's what Vesperia is missing. It's missing an Egg Bear, but there is a common element between the three, which I will be mentioning soon. But no Egg Bear really does stink. The thing that I did notice that like, there's more of an emphasis on equipment, like technically there's an emphasis on equipment with this game and Vesperia, so there's a similarity there. Because, like, you know, you gotta focus on enhancements in Vesperia, same like you would in Vesperia. I think even more so pronounced in Vesperia. And in this game, equipment is how you get your skills. So there's a bit of a similarity between those two games particularly.
Yuri, lol! I know you're here in these woods!
Like, I'm not saying, like, it changes to the effect of Vesperia, but there's still an emphasis to it. Like, that's essentially the point.
You gotta be kidding me. Lou Blanc followed me all the way outside the barrier?
When the question gets posted, it will be... it will show up on stream.
Just some guys from the Imperial Knights.
As shown in that Legendia demo in the first, in the 4th info video.
Their own former member. Wait, seriously?
Exactly what you thought, Carol.
Say, come out now, will you? Show yourself now and we'll
Yeah, so they got Adekor and Boko's voice actors back, but I don't think they got LeBlanc's here. But you hear this guy in, like, other NPCs too throughout this game, which kind of gets a little bit weird sometimes, but only if you're hardcore noticing it.
Vandalism, fraud, smuggling, robbery, murder.
Yeah, it didn't bother me when I first played it though. I'm like, oh, you know, LeBlanc has a different voice actor, but apparently for some people it does become a little bit unfortunate. Let's bolt before we make like a tree, and I'm not finishing that.
We can't do that.
In any case.
People passing through.
Who's gonna be passing through? These woods are cursed, remember?
Yeah, if I were to recall the Radiant Mythologies, I didn't play through Radiant Mythology 2 and 3. But Radiant Mythology 1 I played through, like, I thought it was fine. Oh, no, actually, no, it's okay for its time. I remember when I got my PSP and I played Radiant Mythology 1, I was one of the Symphonia hardcores like, oh, why does Lloyd and Genius and Rin have different voices? They automatically suck. No, I changed since then. They're fine voices. Actually, I do want to say Lloyd's voice actor really did a good job in Dawn of the New World. That was actually one of my... How he really fit into the role like a glove after Radiant Mythology 1 and Soul Calibur Legends. Oh yeah, there's one more thing we need. But yeah, like, Radiant Mythology 1 was fine for its time, but I really did not like going through the quest system. I was not a fan of that, but I think that's going to be a common thread in 2 and 3, and the battle system in 1 did not age too well, I guess. I do want to play through 2, though. And, Patrick Seitz in Radiant Mythology 1 is fantastic, though. Like, he voiced 2 villains at the time, both Dals and, what's his name? Widdershin, my bad. But yeah, I want to play through RM2 and RM3 eventually. I'll get to them eventually, but I heard really good things about 3, and 2 is like an intriguing middle child, so to speak.
Alright, now we can make a panacea bottle.
Oh yeah, and RM1, like, again, we talk about Stan's voice. I know people don't like it, but I like Stan's voice. I'm not... I don't know, it was an interesting take. What can you do about Country Boy, right? Like, I thought it was a very interesting take, and I rolled with it. Yeah, Lloyd had a new voice actor. Like, he did really good in Dawn of the New World. What was I supposed to do? Oh, I was supposed to synthesize a Panacea bottle, duh. Derpity herp herp herp. And we also got, what else was there? Like, Archie and Chester came back from the OVA dub at the time, which was cool. I believe it was, Stephanie Shea and...
You're back.
And, he also voiced Richard in Grace's F. I can't remember his name, I'm so sorry. I'm very bad with names, first off, so if I don't remember anything with names, then I very much apologize. David Vincent, thank you. Yes, so it was David Vincent. Reed as Sam Riegel was cool. I'm gonna say that right now because you got a taste of Sam Riegel as Reed in Tales of the Abyss, and then when you hear it again, synthesizes. When you hear it again in Radiant Mythology, it was cool to hear him explore the character a bit, and I think I think I might like Reed as like my favorite role for Sam Riegel. Maybe second to, I want to say Flynn. It was so cool hearing him as Reed.
Oh, I see.
Kevin Miller Reed greater than Sam Riegel. Well, that's your opinion. But yeah, that was so interesting, and I think Rudy was voiced by Michelle Ruff again. I think she was voiced by Michelle Ruff in that. Oh yeah, wait. It was yeah. She voiced Rukia in Bleach, right? And she also did a Keelie in Igdra Union, who nobody else will know in this chat. So I don't know why I brought up that game. But yeah, there was also Leon. I forgot who voiced Leon, but that was interesting to hear him in that game.
Who, me?
And Eugene was voiced in that game too, from Tales of Rebirth. And Annie and Harold, like they voiced like characters that weren't localized yet. It's like, holy smokes, insane stuff.
Didn't Carol say there was someone he wanted to show the blossoms of Halor to?
Did she reprise Rudy? I wouldn't be surprised. So. Yeah, English Eugene was cool. Like he managed to finish that role like a glove. I remember him doing a very good job in that role. I don't know who voiced him though. Yeah, I want to revisit Radiant Mythology because it was like, from a localization standpoint, it's like the only one that was voiced and everything. It's really cool.
Please.
Unfortunately, our plan did not work out. None of those 3 ingredients. Maybe the ingredients was wrong. I don't know.
We'll have to get another Panacea bottle.
Oh, I'm afraid that's impossible. That was the last of the Leluria petals.
But we tried so hard.
Oh, Estelle. Yeah, I don't know. How did you all feel about Estelle's characters? Without going too much into spoilers, like, I don't remember much about like opinions about like other people's opinions about the characters in this game outside of like Yuri and Flynn and maybe Rita. Like, I don't hear too much about like people's opinions of Estelle or like Raven or Judith. So I'm kind of curious to hear what you all hear about Estelle particularly. Oh, and they used this art for like for the PS3 port. Oh, I like how Carol's holding the Panacea bottle in his hand. I didn't notice that before. But yeah, I do like how they use like Halor for like the art of the PS3 version. Like, I think that was like in the inside cover of the case. And they revisited this location for Project Cross Zone 2, which it looked cool in like sprite form, because to be honest, you could think of it like Tales of Hearts in that sense, but other than that, like, Halor is a very nice set piece for this game, that's for sure.
Is she using healing arts?
I get your opinions when you go in. I hear you, Omega. I hear you.
There's no way, and yet...
Yeah, she finds out how to make her own decisions. Yeah, I'm okay with that personally. Yeah, they do use Halor a lot, which is cool to see because it's such a good set piece. Outside of another one that we'll be encountering maybe around day 2. I have a personal story with it, quote unquote. I just remember that place a lot because of how I associate the song with this game particularly.
Can you get up?
Yeah, I'm not as angry about Estelle as I was like last time when I first played this game. Yeah, high five the little buddy. There you go.
Flynn's gonna be so surprised to see the flowers blooming. That'll show him.
You and Flynn seem to have such a strange relationship. You are friends, aren't you?
Childhood friends, in fact.
Just someone I grew up with, that's all.
Repeats like, watch the movie, you'll get a better understanding of Yuri and Flynn. That's all you gotta do.
Aren't those the people in the castle?
Oh yeah, I guess he was pointing that out too.
We can't let these people get caught up in this. Let's lay low for a while.
So the cool thing about Halor being bloomed is that you also see it spawn those treasure chests right behind there, which are gonna be useful items if I recall correctly. Because I believe one of them is still from the unpurchasable holy bottles. Yes, need holy bottles, that's for sure. Nectar bottles, I'm not going to be using too much. I'm just going to use them for, like, gold fodder, basically. And I think we have, like, one more cutscene to deal with before we head out.
Man, those guys are a pain in the neck.
Wish we could wait here for Flynn to come back.
Yeah, so that's the thing with this game. Because of the definitive edition, there's going to be a lot of scenes that are voiced, which will make... compared to the 360 version, it will make this gameplay, or no, this playthrough much longer, especially with the added scenes. So I really, really hope I can make it time. Like, I'm even adding like an extra 30 minutes per day, like at the end, to sort of like go through it a little bit, because I wouldn't be surprised if we make it around like midnight on the third day if I end up slipping up here or there, because yeah, they really added a lot to this the definitive edition in terms of like the voices and whatnot. Not to say the 360 version isn't optimal, like I still think it's okay for what it was, but yeah, for what they added here, I thought they were fine additions.
Anyway, let's get out of here before the goon squad shows up.
DE sold well. Yeah, yo, like a lot of people talk about Vesperia. Like Vesperia is like if you talk Tales, Vesperia is one of the few games that comes up because the E3 boost definitely helped a lot. Like one thing I will applaud the advertisers outside Bamco outside of Japan. They're really using the platforms of Tales to expand the brand better, which it was a little bit rough around 2014 and 2017, but it started to get a bit better around 2018 forward. Like the Vesperia announcement was fantastic for E3. They are using Gamescom for like an announcement of Luminaria. Like back in the day, keeping up with Tales news, like you only had Japan. But nowadays, it's like, oh, you could get it from Gamescom. I didn't even know I was surprised when I heard about Tales of Luminaria. I'm like, wait, I thought somebody was ribbing me. Like, they sent me, like, this image. It was like something like a joke. Like, wait, this is real? Luminaria is something? Like, it's crazy, like, how much they're using more Western platforms to expand the brand a bit, which I will applaud Bamco for doing.
The situation's changed a bit.
Vesperia is like the FF7 of Tales, either that or Symphonia. Yeah, like in terms of the popularity stance, yes, it would definitely be up there. Because people would reference Symphonia, because I really hope the fighter pass will be done soon, so that Lloyd people... Did I really have to open up that can of worms? Did I really have to open up that topic? Oh, I know what to distract you guys. Hey, how about the question for the day, okay? So... for the giveaway question, make sure to follow the instructions that are listed on the title of the stream, bit.ly/TOMS3 giveaway, and essentially follow the rules to figure out what to do, and you will see the questions come up on stream shortly. So, the question is, list the 3 ingredients used to synthesize a panacea bottle at Halure. You'll have 40 minutes to answer the question. Type in the URL as listed on stream here. Caps is important. And you will have 40 minutes to answer the question starting now.
VIP blossom viewing picnic seats.
Did I start it now? Yes, I did start it now. Perfect. Okay. Please do not show the answers on the chat box. I'm pretty sure I put that as a part of the chat box rules, so we're just trying to make this chill for everybody, so don't ruin it for everybody else. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Powerpuff Girls is a whole different kind of words altogether.
Yes, I believe that was the name of the City of Shade.
The City of Shade?
From what I heard,
some chili too. Yeah, I like all these ingredients that we're throwing up here. So all you have to do is follow the URL on the stream, and thereafter, just follow the instructions on the Rafflecopter page.
But they're quite creepy, to be honest. Our town doesn't deal with them much.
Where is the town located?
Coax.
Towards the east, I think.
Oh yeah, so we'll be heading off to Aspio to find this Mordio individual to exact some revenge because of the water Blastia that they stole.
Yeah, I suppose a City of Scholars might have some link to Blastia after all. Thanks. It's all.
Chemical Exilia. I think the series has had Chemical Exilia for about 10 years before Arise came out.
This may be
The Canola Puff. Oh no, we're really going wild with this, are we? You know what? Canola Puff would actually be perfect for that sort of scenario. Oh man.
I've known this sort of freedom until now.
Oh well, I appreciate that, Lucina. Thank you. Only one Konono rose above the others. So what does that make? I keep forgetting. Okay, so there's Pasca Konono, there's Earhart, and there's Grass Valley. Is Earhart the one that's the leader? I'm guessing. Because she had a pretty big role in Asteria season 2.
Thanks, Carol. It's been fun.
Oh, see ya, Carol. We don't get a chance to play as you, but it's been good times, buddy. I guess we'll be playing as Yuri in the next dungeon.
On second thought, maybe I'll stick with you guys a little while longer.
Oh, okay, perfect. We get to play as one of my favorite tank-like characters in the game, in the series. Like, I still have more to explore when I revisit Tales of games, but Presea was fun to play as in Symphonia, but Carol's like a much upgraded, like, Presea, at least from my perspective. Earhart is Bubbles. Oh, we're going with the color scheming then. So if Earhart is Bubbles, then I'm guessing...
Okay.
So who would fit the role as Buttercup then? I don't know. This is weird. Anyway,
Let's get out of here before the
yes, I agree. Let's get out of here before the Goon Squad shows up. Grass Valley has like, not... 3 of them aren't really aggressive at all, like, to be honest. Okay. Ospio is all the way northeast. So let's get there. That's one thing I really like about Vesperia, is that Vesperia on the field map, their locations are really close together. Like, I definitely appreciate that from a marathon standpoint, but I can see why people may not like it from an explorative standpoint, particularly because from games like Abyss and Symphonia, well, Symphonia, the locations are kind of close, but you could get lost a little bit. Abyss, they're pretty far compared to games like this and Symphonia. But I'm really glad that they're all close together. Pasca is mostly associated with wind. Yeah, okay, I guess she'd be green.
I wonder if the lack of sun drives the people here to do shady things, like stealing Blastia cores.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, you got it, Lucina. Alright, has anybody been having trouble with the URL? Feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll just copy and paste it on here real quick. Alright, first off, we're going to try to go inside. Looking for the Frubris River. Yeah. Frubris River, I remember being a hard thing to look for in my first Abyss playthrough, too. That was way back in 2006.
We can't just let anyone inside, can we?
I remember Frubris River being so hard to find back then.
You don't have one of those, do you?
And like when it comes to what's it called? Navigating in the Abyss, yeah. I remember like there was one point where it's like you had to walk all the way to this one place after your flying vehicle gets broken down. It's like I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it at all.
This is the first we've heard, though.
Was it Deo's Pass?
If you want to let us
see, it's been 7 years since I played Abyss, so I it's one of the few games that I don't remember too much about.
Mordio.
Mordio? We can't help you. You'll need to mail.
Oh yeah, I did have Kiro in my party, so I have to fix his skills up a bit too.
Damn. Don't budge an inch, do you?
I think Carol joins with... Oh, I forgot to buy something really important at Halure. I forgot to buy something really important. Actually, no, I could buy it here. I could buy it in Ospio. Okay, we're okay. Whew, because there's an important item that you're going to need for Yuri, and I forgot it in one of my practices, and I tried to use it without the skill, and I was very sad.
So what you're saying is that Flynn really did come here.
Oh, Estelle. What is this, Hal's egg principle in full action right here?
Could we at least leave him a message?
Yuri's like, this is not enough about these principles right now. That's a different game altogether. Alright. Give me a second, WaTV. I'll prepare it here for you real quick.
What? We're just gonna give up?
Here you go. Try that URL, see if it works.
I'm not going to give up. I'm going to see Flynn.
And I'm gonna take back that Blastia from that thief Mordio and give him a beating he won't forget.
So can't we look for another way in?
Yeah, I don't remember Deo's Pass at all. Like, fill me in. Remind me what happens there exactly without going too much into the spoilers. Like, tell me what happens there, and I'll be like, oh yeah, it's that dungeon. Because I don't remember what happens there at all. Is it the one where you sneak around? But before we do that, we're gonna be seeing how we get our recipes in this game with the good old Wonder Chef, which. I didn't have any punctuation for that second bubble line. We haven't seen Wonder Chef for a long time. I think it was like, I want to say before Exilia 1, before Graces even. Well, we had it in Narakiri Dungeon Cross. I think Narakiri Dungeon Cross is the last one. Oh, was it before Exariuth? Oh, was it the one where okay. Wait, was that hard to find? Oh right, cause you're dropped off the sewers and then you had to walk for a long way to get there. I forgot about that. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That's a throwback if I've ever heard one. Yikes. But yeah, that was really rough too. There were a lot of times in Abyss where you really had to travel really far. So I'm so glad that we're past that point in like Tales of. Holy smokes. Actually, alright, okay, because, I don't know, do people care if, like, world maps are, like, really vast or close together? I'm only talking about from a marathon perspective, because, like, oh, this helps me, because I could get from, like, point A to point B quickly with Vesperia, which is already a long game in itself, but do people really particularly care? Oh, Hearts R did have Wonder Chef. Hearts R was definitely after, Narakiri Dungeon Cross. I feel bad about forgetting about the R games. That's my bad. But I think in SSR, could you get recipes for Wonder Chefs too, or did you have to buy the recipes in that? I definitely remember them in Hearts R though, that's for sure.
Carol, what are you doing?
There, it's open.
Okay, that's fair for Chase.
Huh? You can't do that.
Oh, by the way, our little guild member here likes to pick locks. That's going to be very useful throughout this game, by the way. And by very, I mean maybe about 2 or 3 instances, but I like how he just knows how to pick locks.
Well,
Xenoblade. Oh, that's a game I still need to finish someday. Like, I've been jumping all over the place with Xenoblade Chronicles. Like, I started a playthrough on 3DS, and I forgot I had a playthrough on 3DS, so I tried to play through the Wii version so I could record it. And I'm like, well, I don't know where to continue now. I completely forgot.
It was unquestioning obedience to laws and authority in times like this that made me quit the Imperial Knights in the first place. TOMS3 giveaway is only for the rules. The actual URLs you want to follow are the URLs that show up on the screen here to start off with the giveaway. So if you already answered the question on the link, then you're good.
Wait,
but Twitch name, yeah, your real name. Yep, as formatted on the Ravelcopter page. Yep, you got it.
Man,
thank you, Geezy Hat.
Mordio lookalikes here, aren't
Geezy Heat, my apologies. I forgot to format my chat box to have the text be really big, so I apologize if I misspell names or anything.
What do you want?
Would you happen to
Who voiced this guy? I like how this game does explore different voice actors for NPCs, unlike well, a lot of the soldiers in Tales of the Abyss were voiced by Sam Riegel. I remember, like, the entire Malkuth army were nothing but Sam Riegel guys. So, it used to be the joke that threw around, like, oh my gosh, no, not Sam Riegel. It was before he became a knight.
I'll be taking my leave then.
There were a vast majority of the knights in the Abyss that were voiced by Sam Riegel. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not remembering correctly, but I'm pretty sure that's usually how it went with that game.
There are people who want
Oh, DC Douglas? Was it this game or is it Abyss? I didn't recognize DC Douglas too much outside of obvious character number 1.
No, I don't know anything at all. I don't associate with people like that.
Rich Ace, you got it right there. Sam Riegel was shuffling armor. Oh, yo, that brings back so many memories.
What is it?
Is he in Abyss?
Tell me where the mage is.
Abyss.
Alone in a shack back that. Go and see for yourself.
See, all this talk about Abyss really makes me want to. Now you guys are convincing me that I should revisit that game, but we'll see. I'm just. I don't know about that third act. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna check. All right. Revisit it. So here's the thing. The next game I'm gonna play after this, like, don't get me wrong, I know a lot of people really want to play Tales of Arise, but I did promise some folks I'm gonna play through Tales of Destiny DC first, and then after that maybe I'll play through Arise. I have a lot of games to revisit, like Graces F, Legendia. Oh, we're not resting yet. Graces F, Legendia, so on and so forth. Because the Exilius 2, there's a lot that I have to revisit, and there's like less time I have, unfortunately, to revisit. But I'll do my best. I'll do my best as the hardened Tales fan as I am to sort of find my way through them again.
Keep out. Seriously. Mordio.
Seriously.
I guess this is the place.
Is he Emperor Peony? I didn't make that connection. Holy smokes. Is he Emperor Peony? That's cool. That's cool. Again, it's been so long. I didn't think he was Peony though. Like, it didn't seem as obvious, which is cool to see.
No point in hesitating when you're heading into a den of thieves.
Do I not devote my every second of my life to these games? No, I don't. Surprisingly, I do have a life to live. It just so happens that, like, during my downtime, I ended up playing these games anyway.
What?
It's uncredited, yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's actually DC Douglas, but I'll have to revisit Abyss to sort of confirm and double check.
We shouldn't do that either.
Oh, Carol. Such a thief.
Nothing to it.
You got it, What TV? Well, I'm happy you got it. You're very welcome.
Wait for me.
Please, wait.
So here's the thing as we go inside Mordio's house here. We could sort of examine some things a little bit to get into formulas and stuff. But we already hear enough about formulas in this game's main narrative anyway, so I'm not going to examine all the other stuff.
You can pretty much live
I don't want to commit any more crimes.
Yuri, don't you have something to say first?
What do I have to say?
Hello, we're coming in.
This person stole the Aqua Blastia.
And the door?
Also, I can see Omega. What's up?
Open your door. Sorry about that.
Do I have to check the thing? I didn't want to check the thing, but if the chat really wants to see it, does the chat really wants to see the thing? Okay, I'll show the thing just for you guys. Alright, the chat says so, I guess we'll show it. I don't have any particular comment about it, but I understand why people like it. Ah, this looks like our thief right here.
Shut up.
Huh? Hey, hold on.
So, you're gonna see a lot of this. A lot of, abuse on Carol. Mostly by this particular character. It's a little bit unfortunate. Go up the... But, is it a step ladder or a ladder? You tell me.
Why me?
A girl?
If you can pull tricks like that, why'd you bother skipping town back in Zaphius?
Very good point.
Huh? Skipping town? Why would I need to skip town?
For stealing the core of a Blastia from the lower quarter in the capital. What else?
Yeah, I'll climb up the ladder to get it. But for those who don't know, well, you're in for a treat, I suppose.
Heard of common sense?
Sure.
Pichu, you bring up a good point. But you're a fan of the Tales of series, you gotta know. Cutscene fireballs are like the ultimate spells in the entire series. Never underestimate the cutscene fireball. Followed secondly by the cutscene Demon Fang.
And you, kid, give him back.
It's okay. All these books are fire resistant. I mean, the thing to say about the movie of Vesperia, the one thing I did not expect is that the ultimate skill would involve having to use a bunch of books, because I didn't think books would be so damaging to knock somebody off balance so much.
We're terribly sorry for barging in on you like this. Yuri.
Oops.
Sorry.
Yeah, Rita has a special Blastia formula here for
What do you want?
for her fireballs.
Well, you see, Yuri has followed a Blastia thief here all the way from the Imperial capital.
And
Oh yeah, and also cutscene healing never works. Well. Technically, we got the character here who has very effective cutscene healing, but it could be a little bit too effective,
well,
which we'll be finding out later
certainly
on.
my name, Rita Mordio to be exact. And the height matches up too.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Carol, how do you know? You haven't seen what happened at Zafia's. You weren't there.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Oh.
Follow me.
What are you thinking?
What? Maybe you didn't hear me. We're not finished here.
Yeah, we got some business here, buddy.
Just follow me, would you? There's talk that some thieves have turned up in the Shaikos ruins.
Thieves? Are you sure about that?
Just like you, huh?
It came from an Imperial Knight who asked me for help. It should be trustworthy.
Do you think that knight might have been Flynn?
You might be onto something, Estelle.
Looks like she shot him down, though.
Hey, remember what that guy outside said about someone vandalizing?
Oh, this is all in anticipation for what's gonna happen
Which means
later on,
the
I
thief who stole
suppose.
the Blastia core could be there.
Maybe.
But yeah, again, like Act 1, the story does like if you don't have the skits, which unfortunately I'm not showing for this marathon, the narrative of this game does take some time to pick up. Skits are important. Skits help not only give the identity of the Tales series, but also helps accommodate the adventure, because the characters comment on what's going on, and it also gives some levity in between scenes. But without the skits, it's always going to be affecting the narrative, no matter how you cut it.
The Shaikos ruins are even
Tales should never lose their skits at the end of the day, and I can't think of a Tales game that hasn't had skits since they were starting to be implemented in Tales of Destiny on the PlayStation 1. Yes, and the skits did exist. I remember there were YouTube videos where this one person particularly kept up with all of the skits, where you kept them on the world map and had them frozen for a while. But first off, we're going to pick up something very important here. This is what you all are talking about, right? Yeah, this is what we need. Thank you. Actually, I completely forgot about this. I'm glad you all reminded me about this book right over here, because it's very essential in every other Tales of game, especially when you're collecting for 100%. And with this book, I think we're done with this house. We don't need anything else to pick up right over here. So we're all good. I'm glad you guys reminded me about this, because I actually forgot about this. Didn't realize it was for the marathon. But I guess we could pick up the collector's book for quote-unquote getting 100%, I suppose. They didn't voice this one. They didn't think it was important. And I agree, I didn't think it's important either, but here we go. I'll let this scene speak for itself. Yuri's comment at the end there was intriguing, but in any case, there it is. There's the scene everybody was waiting for. Well, I'm glad I got the collector's book, though. That's important. But what we do actually have to do is set up our party a bit here. We now have Mordio with us, Rita Mordio, and we're gonna bench Yuri for this, because Yuri gets a little bit too much time in the sun, to be honest. Only have Dragon Upper, but that's gonna change once we get a lot of how's this ad nauseum. Actually, gotta check skills a little bit here, because Carol's default skill that he comes with when he joins is Vitality, so we could equip that just fine. Rita, on the other hand, she has hers equipped already as such, so I don't have to fix hers too much. And in any case, we're gonna do some item management right over here. I need to buy one particular item because I forgot about this in one of my practices, and I was really frustrated when I didn't have it. First off, we're gonna sell a nectar bottle because we don't really need those. We're gonna need a hand axe because it gives us the ability to use recover and evade. I didn't have it for the longest time in my practice, and then I had to backtrack all the way here to pick up a hand axe. Make sure you buy a hand axe, it is very important. See if we can get a quick mark here. Okay. Okay, so thankfully... Oh, wood maul would be really nice too. We're gonna get that as well. Okay. Got that for Carol. Got that for Yuri. Sell some items here. We don't need a compact sword, scimitar, saber I don't think we need. Carolean we don't need. Kogarashi. All these default weapons we definitely do not need. Okay. We're gonna buy 3 holy bottles? Yeah, sounds about right. Ooh, we're already starting to get a little bit tight on the cash, aren't we? Okay. Now, that's the thing about early game, you're gonna get really tight on cash. It's gonna be a common theme that you're gonna be seeing in Vesperia as well. You're gonna be tight on cash, but thankfully we have this material to sell a little bit to help compensate for that. Let's buy, yeah, let's go with that. 3 orange shells, 3 apple gels, maybe. I do want to buy a bit more orange shells just in case. So let's, I don't think I need this, I hope. I hope I don't end up accidentally selling the wrong materials, but okay, I think we should be good with this. Omega, maybe after the break, if that's okay. There's just a lot that I have to, like, set up and change between the two. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to buy. I need to set up my items to rest at the inn, because the inn here, we're set at like 200 gold, so we don't need any beef, we don't need any onions. Beef is a bad thing in general, so never carry beef with you in your life. And in any case, I'm not a vegetarian. I'm talking about a completely different thing altogether. In any case, let's just all this stuff ready, and we should be good to keep on pushing forward here outside of setting up critical for Carol here. So you're going to see this a lot. I'm going to be setting up the equips that I pick up. So you're going to be seeing this screen where it's like, oh, this is already equipped. This is already equipped. Why do I do this? So that I can keep track of the skills that I pick up along the way. I think, no, did Rita come equipped with, I'm pretty sure she came equipped with resist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said that earlier. Yeah, she comes with resist. Perfect. And Magic Guard came from her weapon, which is Sash. Perfect. I think I already have the Sash equipped on. Estelle. Yeah, evade, recover. Critical item thrower. Perfect. Okay. Alright. I think we're good. We're ready to move on. Oh, when guests show up, what you'll be seeing their information on stream as well. It'll show up on occasion. Yeah, no, EDMG, you basically describe like how a lot of 3-act structures work for Tales of games. Like, the first act, they show the characters, they introduce how they are, and it's very short as well. The second act talks more about like a major plot point, and I feel like the third act is more relevant to the what are the words I'm looking for? The third one's more relevant to essentially how you would handle post game, like with any other game. But I'll talk more about it later as we keep on going, because we're now heading forward into the Shaiko's ruins. If they follow a 3-act structure. There are some games that follow a 2-act structure, like Tales of Hearts are. Tales of Destiny DC, Tales of Graces. I learned recently did like a 2X structure. Yeah, there are plenty of games that follow the 2X structure, but for those that follow 3X structure, they sort of like play around with things a little bit more to sort of complement the game design, basically. Is Grace's 3-act? See, now I can't fully comment on it because I only watched a friend play through it recently, so bear with me with my understanding of things. Oh, okay. You know what? Technically, child arc does count as an arc, but they do have options to skip the child arc. But yeah, actually, yeah. I didn't watch my friend play through the child arc, so that might be why my impression is a little bit stilted. Oops. I understand now.
So first you get us alone in the dark, then you zap us.
Zap us.
Zap.
Would it be 4-arc? I don't know. See, this is why I need to revisit Graces so I have a better understanding of the game altogether, basically.
Let's try to get along now, okay?
Oh yeah, that's right. She doesn't know lightning. What the heck? That's such a staple spell in the series that she doesn't know lightning? Holy smokes! I didn't realize it, but I guess. And yes, she knows indignation. Well, in any case. Yeah, I'll need to revisit Graces to formulate a better opinion about it myself. Well, she knows Thunderblade, right? Yeah, that's what you had to like grind a lot to get indignation. Yeah, I remember having to do that with the file I had to deal with before. Okay. Did we take damage during the last encounter? I guess we did. Oops. Well, alright. Oh, you know what? Why don't I prepare some stuff? I keep forgetting that, like, I know how to cook. I know how to prepare sandwiches.
Looks like no one's here. No Imperial Knights, thieves, or anyone else.
Maybe
more than 3 blah 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 to cast lightning is why.
How far in are we talking?
Now we gotta make the new thing for the Tales series when it comes to blah is blah blah blah, because that's honestly what I heard. That I'm like, perfect, beautiful. Thank you, Rimwell. You got the new blah 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 established for the series.
Now, could it? The underground?
Don't fail to cook them, yeah.
Recently, an entrance to an underground area was uncovered here. A handful of mages are supposed to be the only people who know about it.
Oh, so this is when you start hearing... Yeah, it's definitely noticeable with Rita. I think Rita's is more noticeable than Yuri's. For everybody who was like talking about Grand George and everything. But, you know, it's been 10 years since Vesperia was dubbed. I know it's hard to believe, everybody, but Vesperia did have a 10-year anniversary 2 years ago. 3 years ago. So... to go back to a character that you haven't worked with for a long time can be really hard if you weren't particularly attached to the character. Because I think Michelle Roth was doing a lot of roles during this time. I mean, didn't Order of Ecclesia come out the same year that this game came out? Like, she voiced Shanoa in that game, I remember that. But the thing I will say is that she does eventually... I feel like she eases into it right near the end of the game, which is good.
Come on, you have to put your shoulder into it.
Like that's the thing with like voice acting though. But before I talk about that, can anybody explain how they were able to not fall into the staircase as they're currently pushing it right now? I still don't understand how they're able to get the inertia to get this going, considering the lack of space that they got.
Carol, are you okay?
Sure, yeah, that was a cinch.
Yeah, that comical music. I didn't really think of it as circus music until somebody pointed it out to me like a year ago, but I get it, I understand. Especially considering how clowns are like the focus target of memes still. I think this has been going on for like 2 years now, holy smokes.
This is my first time going inside ruins.
They got on the other side to pull it, then went back to the front. Oh, I guess that, yeah, I would accept that. It's just within the time span that it took because of how it's a game. It's hard to accept it, but I can see it. Push, pull, push, pull.
Don't accept it. Hey, I'll accept it. It made sense to me. Maybe.
Surprised. You're actually a nice person.
I knew it would be a pain to bring you along. I should have just come by myself.
Yeah, I feel like Grace is going to be a game I'll need to revisit to sort of have a better understanding of the narrative and whatnot.
Yeah. Aren't you afraid you'll get hurt by monsters or traps?
Ah,
There
Estelle.
are always risks if you're
You're
trying
such
to
a closeted
actually do
noble.
something.
What's going on?
If someone gets hurt, it's an acceptable loss.
And Rita's the one that draws inspiration
Even if
for
you're
her.
the one who gets hurt?
Yeah.
Don't you ever worry or hesitate?
This was voiced in 360. See now, it's gonna be easier for me to point out like which ones were voiced on 360 because like you just gotta listen to Rita. Before it was hard for me because Rita wasn't in the party, but now like you can kind of tell now that she's joined our party. So I think that's gonna be like my compass to know which ones were and weren't voiced in 360. And the parts where it's like the lines that are like dubbed after that still happened that were dubbed previously too.
I wish I knew what was important to me.
Just travel around for a while. You'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out, Estelle. You'll find out eventually. You want Graces to come out to modern platforms? Yeah, I want a lot of Tales games to come out to modern platforms because they certainly need more attention. Okay, this Polywiggle is cute, but I don't want to encounter it. So here comes the best holy ball in the entire series right here. Let's pick this up. Amber Cloak, very good for Rita. Oh yeah, I guess I should give her the cape that I had on Yuri, huh? Alright. Oh, we really don't have too much accessories, huh? Yeah, no, like, we're on the upright for, like, there's a potential for ports to be coming out eventually for us. Like, Tomizawa made the comment about how we could get more Tales games coming out if, like, the newer games do well, which is very much a standard corporate thing to say, but it feels like there's a better chance of it now, much more compared to back then. Because, like, nowadays it's like, oh, like, you could tell that Tales is starting to get a little bit better. It might not be as, what are the words I'm looking for? As, like, prominent compared to other franchises, which I get, because they're other franchises, they probably get more attention, and they're more transparent about it too, but, I mean, I'm gonna say now, I feel like it's gonna get better. A lot of people don't remember back in the day, like, we did not get Tales games for a while. Like, there was 2008 to 2012. We did not get a Tales game for 4 years. That was after Dawn of the New World, and that was before Bamco decided to take another shot with the Tales series with Tales of Graces F. I remember it clearly when they were teasing Tales of Graces F, quite cleverly, I might add, when they were, like, showing the distorted images and all that, and it was like, wow, like, could it be Tales? I mean, it could be Tales. Look at all these hints to these images, and then it was Tales, and it was like, wow, they're taking a chance with Tales again. We gotta hop on this, Tales fans. So, it was back when there was two Richards, yeah, which I thought was clever because I felt like it was a reference to the main arc of the game and the F arc of the game. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm so happy that we're currently in an age where we're starting to get more Tales of games. They may not be perfect. Like, I'll admit it's not perfect, like the way that they're released sometimes, but we're still in a better state of how things are nowadays compared to way back when. I feel like people have like forgotten or taken for granted how things are now compared to how things were back then, because it was, we only, well, aside from Abyssal Chronicles, we really did not have much. Well, the Tales series forums were there at the time to help out too. Tales series forums, oh man, I missed that place because I wasn't an active member there. I kept myself exclusively to the website, but I knew that a lot of Tales fans were congregated there to help keep Tales of alive. Like, I remember, like, keeping track and reading the conversation and be like, credit to the Tales series forums for these news and all that. So I missed that place. Like, old man talking here. So, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. All right. Now for our tutorial of the old school mechanic and Tales of series ever since Fantasia.
This ring set with something that looks just like a Blastia core.
Yeah, Fandom was a part of the thing that really brought it back, that's for sure. And I think a big part of it was also how active the Tales series forums were. I'm just speculating as crap right now, so don't take this as like fact or anything. Like maybe Bamco's like, oh, they took a look at the Tales series forums, like, holy smokes, Tales is still popular. Maybe we could do something with this. Can we take a chance? All right, how about Tales of Grace's Ave? It's like, perfect, let's go. And they did it, and it worked. We got Tales of Exilia after that, Tales of Exilia 2, Tales of Symphonia Chronicles before Exilia 2. We got Vesperia, and geez, we're getting Tales games everywhere. And we got to the point where we were getting announcements for stuff before Japan did. And the first time that happened, because, you know, following news and stuff, was like when we had the news about Vesperia showing up on the PS4 and Steam. It's like, holy smokes. Like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, are we getting news for the first time outside of Japan? Like, it blew my mind, because we would always keep track of news only in Japan, only in Japan, only in Japan. And then when it's like, oh, we're getting an exclusive port for the first time on PS4 and Steam, it's like, I did not believe the rumors. I did not get it. I'm like, why are these rumors showing up? This makes zero sense at all. But then it happened. I'm like, wow, color me surprised. I'm happy to be proven wrong. So good.
What's that?
Yeah, Europe Baba, like, you can say what you want about the guy, but he really did a good job promoting the game in Europe. He really, like, it's going to be hard to hear from the perspective from, like, us not in Europe, but, like, he really went as far as to go through, like, the tours and the ambassador program and increasing awareness. Like, he did a good job doing that in Europe. And Europe was a big part of increasing the visibility of Tales, that's for sure.
Isn't this thing important or something?
I would love Innocence R in English. Hey, I mean, have you guys been following Life Bottle? Like, they got some good stuff working right there. They got some good stuff going. But Hearts R is still really good. Oh, I love that battle system a lot. Baba was producer. He initially started as, like, director for some games. Like, that's why he had a partiality to, like, Hearts R. Oh, before I talk more.
Proceed with caution.
What? I was having so much fun goofing off in the back of the party. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, so there's always going to be different dialogue depending on who you have in the back at the start of this cutscene here. So this is where we start learning about surprise encounters as well. Let's go target this ribbit right here. And let's get a lot of house thises. Let's go. No knows house this. Alright, I guess repeats first. Okay, so here's the thing about this game. Like, I noticed it a lot in this game compared to other Tales of games. For some reason, the enemies really like to run away a lot. And I don't know if it's because, like, I'm starting with, like, limited skills and I'm, like, kind of not well equipped, but it's just, when I see them run away, they're constantly running away, and it's always annoying to chase them down, especially with a character like, Case made here with Carol. And you know how this could happen, Estelle? You're a little bit slow on the uptake, and also my AI is bad at protecting themselves. Alright, let's take down the Merfish. That apparently my party members don't know how to defend against and whatnot. Looks like timer is up, and I think you guys heard that too, so I apologize for that. But in any case, we all know the 3 ingredients. Feel free to share it right now. It's Luria Petal, Nia Fruit, and Egg Bear Claw. Okay, let's get a life bottle for Repeat. Actually, why did you die, Repeat? I swear, I didn't run into any of these problems at all until, like, they never died at all during my practice, but enough about my practice. You guys get it. There's some weird things happening with this playthrough. Apparently my party members are behaving as much as I'd like them to this time. And I have no idea why, so I'm gonna keep them on the defense just for the help.
Think you can beat us with an ambush?
We can't lose here.
With AI that like targeting low HP, not quite sure what you mean by that, Lyrad. Yeah, Marathon Luck is happening in a different way. I don't get it. Why are my party members having a big issue with these enemies now? Carol, that was scary.
I guess we just can't ever let our guard down.
You were the one who were ragging on Yuri about that. So yeah, it was scary. My AI isn't behaving well. Bad luck is still luck. Yeah. Death to all characters. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know what's going on with the performances of my characters right now. Maybe they're just hyped for a rise. That might be why. They have a rise on the mind right now. I understand. I understand, Yuri. I understand, Repeat. Okay, now, can we do well with this encounter? Can we not die during this encounter, everybody? Yeah, please do. We have Rita on the party too, so she should be able to carry us forward as we keep going here.
Do it now.
AI that like to focus on characters that had the lowest HP. I mean, you could set a strategy for that. The AI is nervous participating in the marathon. The nervousness went on from me to them, but okay, here's the problem. Why am I not learning my other... Wait, no, I don't think Carol learns any other... Oh, finally! I knew he learned something. Because if I knew, like, Nice 8 Smash, I'd be helping healing my party members. Oh, dearie me. Repeat. What is going on? Okay, hold up. I think my strategies are set up fine. Look, keep distance for now, Repeat, because I don't know what's happening. This is not the behavior I want to see in a hard playthrough. Even though we had got 10 times experience, I've been avoiding encounters. So please behave, Repeat. We also want to keep Fireball on for Rita. I think these guys are weak to fire, if I recall. Yeah, they are. Okay. Oh, jeez. I had this normally set it down, usually. Yeah, it's wonderful, right? Let's keep it up. Especially now that we don't have Yuri in our party to die a lot. Soon to be a street. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Destruction Street. I hope I can get there enough. I don't think we'll be playing as Carol too much, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, that went much better. I think the common denominator between both the Egbert battle and that previous battle was that Yuri Lowell was in our team. It was all Yuri's fault.
Okay, sure.
I get
All right.
it now, so that's how it works.
Glad you understand.
No, it could be used like that too.
Yeah, this wasn't voiced in 360. Both Yuri and Velvet have bad AIs. Oh yeah, Velvet has terrible AI. We'll get to that game in 6 days, that's for sure. But yeah, no, Estelle had improved AI. I didn't realize Yuri's AI... I don't know what it is about the main protagonist, but why is their AI not particularly good? I guess because, like, they assume, oh, you won't change as the other characters, but I appreciate the similarity point out. Thank you, Eclipse. Okay, if I recall in this dungeon, there are some pickups we need for this floor right here, so... I think, yeah, we gotta set this off first. Because they expect you to play as them. I get it, but, you know, something that I'll admit I wasn't really good at doing before my previous playthroughs, why I want to revisit them, is that I didn't explore the characters too much. And I felt really bad about that. So, like, with my impressions of Exilia 1, Exilia 2, and Graces, Abyss not so much, because, like, that was a game I grew up with, so I understood more about, like, what exploration meant. But for like modern games, like when I was returning into the series, I was like, I didn't spend time picking up the other characters. So that's why I make it like a thing for me now when I started revisiting games in 2018 or picking up new games. It's like, play the other characters because you may be surprised, and it was really fun doing that, I'm gonna say. I forgot to activate the Switch, I know. But yeah, it was really fun for preparing and exploring different characters, because the games don't really do that often when you go through them. I remember one time in Innocence R where they have you play as Hermana one time, and I was like, wow, Hermana's fun to play as. Why am I not playing as Hermana? And it's like, I feel like if the series were to allow you to explore the characters more often in their main narrative, then it might encourage players to sort of like pick that up as well when they go through it, basically. So,
maybe it'll happen with the Rise, because they did emphasize that in the demo, where they're like, oh, hey, try out these 6 characters, which I think they didn't even do for like their Vesperia demo, which was cool to see. So, essentially, I just really do like exploring the other characters. I hope other players do consider that when they pick up the games, and maybe Bamco would encourage it some more. Alright, let's pick up this beautiful treasure chest here for another weapon for Yuri, of whom we will not be using for this boss fight. But this will give us critical guard and defend, which is very important. All these essential skills attached to weapons that are spread all over the place, you gotta make sure you got your JRPG scavenger hat on, because if you don't, you're gonna miss out on a lot of stuff. I mean, yeah, it happened early game. Yeah, okay. You know what? I can accept that it does have the opposite effect of not having the full capabilities of the characters. Like, maybe start... Okay, what if, like, the first act, you just focus on the lead character, but then, like, afterwards, you sort of, like, okay, you got the main character now. Now it's time for you to explore. And then, like, in second act, they put you in scenarios in the narrative where you have to play as the other characters to keep going or something. Like, that would be really cool. Like, it's not the full capabilities of the characters, but there's a sort of way to accentuate your use of them. Like, to give you a better idea, basically. And they could, like, do the tutorials like how they did in Vesperia. Like, for how easy Vesperia is, the cool thing about it is that, like, it's very user-friendly, because they do provide the tutorials at the beginning whenever you try to control a new character each time. So it's cool that they use that, even though it's only for break souls. Like, it's a step in the right direction is what I'm trying to say. And I hope that it feels like they might be going into that direction with the Rise. So I hope that they keep that up. Oh, you know what? That's a good point too, Shadow Dragon. But it would also more so be relative to how, like, things are set up with regards to exploring them fully. Like, maybe there could be scenarios where you could start off with them to get a feel, and then later on in Act 2 you get more of an idea for it as well. Okay, so how are we doing in terms of everything here? Dragon, upper, and destroying rock. Okay, we got... I think everybody's set up fine. If I see that screen for each character, that means I'm all set for their skills. Perfect. This is helping me keep track of the skills that I'm able to pick up throughout this playthrough as well. 2 apple gels, though, is a little bit... It's something, but we got melange shells, which will help out. Orange shells will be okay. 1 life bottle. Oh, no! I don't expect to be here with 1 life bottle. Honestly, what was going on with Rapide, Yuri, and Carol earlier? Okay, but here we go. Here we go.
Hey!
Incentivize you to change up your main. They always use the excuse to make characters play, but even with that, I bet you...
So this is a blast
yeah.
too?
I mean, it's not gonna happen overnight. Like, I can like speculate and wish and dream as much as I want. It's gonna be a long process. I mean, how long of a process we got for getting people or Tales games to get over in the first place? I don't know how old I'm gonna be the moment it happens, but if they keep at it, then hopefully it'll happen eventually.
I'll finally be able to complete my anima formula. Huh? No,
don't like play as the main character. It's usually exception was Exilius since it was two-sided. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've always stuck with playing as the main character. Like, oh jeez, when I was Symphonia, my first 2 or 3 playthroughs, there was nothing but Lloyd. Like, I did not budge. But I think eventually I started to try out other characters. I tried to be really good with Zelos, but I think the character I ended up ultimately loving the most was playing as Regal. Because holy smokes, Regal, when I started to learn him and understand him, I'm like, you could explore him so much, and it's a lot of fun. And I'm gonna comment on Regal the moment we get to Eternia, because I did not explore in Eternia. I only played as Reed, but when I played as Farah, I was like, oh my goodness, it was really fun. but that'll be for Friday. Once we get to Eternia, Eternia will come soon enough. Regal had a learning curve, yeah. That's for sure. Well, I mean, yeah, he's definitely a different type of character than what you're used to, but he's so Oh, he's so much fun once you get him. Especially when they added more with like the I was gonna say definitive edition, but it's Chronicles. But like, oh man, when you added that force art as an additional step in his attack chain, and you could link it to a Mystic card, it's like, oh, so perfect. I love playing as Regal in Chronicles, but for all the amount of times I played Symphonia recently, I only played the GameCube version, and I never played the Chronicles version since it came out. So I'm like, man, you're fun to play as Regal in GameCube, but I wish you had some of the tools you had in PS2.
Alright.
Oh, of course, character personality is a part of it too. Sorry. I'm talking from like purely gameplay perspective, like for those who want to get a gameplay experience out of it, but if you're cool with playing as characters as your favorites, that works too, of course. Like, play however you want to play, basically. Law is basically Jude. Yeah, I didn't... Oh, I wish I could play as Law during the demo, but I wanted to save it for when I play Arise. Okay, this guy. Goliath. What I want to do first is... okay, so I already have that shortcutted because my party members weren't doing too well. I just want to keep her first aid on because I don't want anything else crappy to particularly happen here. Okay, so this guy has an art which is a reference to another Namco property. And it's cool to see. I mean, you also saw it in a... Distance, Estelle. Why are you all the way up there? Estelle, I know I commanded you, but now run away, please. When you're talking about weak points in Arise, there's weak points in this game too. Like, for example, this boss right here. See its leg, its right leg? That's the secret mission for this, I don't know what it is with this playthrough. What is going on with this marathon luck? This is a different kind of marathon luck I was expecting, though. What is happening? I don't get it. Why are my AI not behaving so well at all? Yes, please step away, Estelle. Please step away. For the... Oh, Estelle. Oh, gee, I'm glad my only item thrower is the one who's knocked out. Okay, there's X-Buster. I'd be targeting it right now with the help of Repeat, but... Okay. This is how Vesperia is gonna be, huh? I thought we were gonna have like an easy time, just go through it. I mean, 10 times experience. My AI won't cause too many troubles, right? But it just so happens that they want to cause trouble today. I'm reviving Repeat at the end of the battle because I only have one life bottle. I started this with like 5, and then they were all used by my other party members. Okay, we're gonna wait until we're at like a 10th of the HP. There we go, it's charging up its X-Buster. Shoutouts to Xenoblade. That's what I was gonna say before I was distracted by what just happened. But basically, you gotta make sure when it does a dropkick, it has a hitbox behind him, so his whole body is an entire hitbox. Gotta be mindful of that, but other than that, your usual slow boss that has an AoE attack. Oh, and the thing is too is that I'm constantly commanding Estelle to do stuff as well. I could try to have her avoid risk. Actually, that might be the better way to approach this, so she doesn't end up attacking. But she's gonna end up attacking, so I kept the shortcuts set to her using like barrier and sharpness so that she doesn't randomly run up, because I don't want to deal with that, especially that I only have one life bottle and things like that could potentially happen. Xenosaga is fun. I only played 2. That was during my exploration phase. The one thing I'll remember... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Rita. Give yourself that, please and thank you. Okay. Yes, please heal yourself, Estelle. Oh, dearie me. Okay, we're also on defend? Okay, we're also on defend. Cool. Okay, so... I hope we're in a good place to talk. But basically, when it came to Xenoblade, not Xenoblade, Xenoblade, Xeno Chronicles, Xenogears. Okay, Hold up. This is a little bit tense because I'm worried about the Goliaths running right into my party and like killing them in one shot. But I hope that doesn't happen. I had a good time playing 2. The only reason why... The one thing that I'll remember most about 2 is when there was this one side mission where it's like, save the kid at this right timeline. Or like, save the kid from the monsters. And then I went there, and then all I saw were like a pile of bones. And like, I still killed the boss that was there, and then like, I went and reported, it's like, oh no, the child is dead and you can't go back. It's like, mission failed. Like, what the hell? That scarred me a bit, not gonna lie. Like, I don't know if anybody remembers that side quest. I couldn't find it at all online, but I vividly remembered it. It even played like a fail music or something. Like, man, it really hit hard that I couldn't save a kid. Okay. Alright. We're at 13k right now. I hope we're gonna get through it soon, because we're nearing close to the break period. I especially did not expect my party members to constantly die a lot, but hey, that's marathon luck right there for you. It's bound to happen some way, some form. Oh shoot, I should have saved that orange shell for Rita, actually. Well, that's why we got melange shells. Well, I guess we could examine the animation of this Goliath. I mean, look how it's like steadily moving around now. Okay, please, Rita, get in another fireball while you still can. Okay, I think that's her last fireball, so I gotta give her a melange gel, because I kind of want this to go quickly before I start reviving, Repeat. Sorry, I have a hard time remembering names when I remember all that he did was kill himself. Oh, Estelle, please don't do the thing. Okay, I think when Rita gets in 2 fireballs, I should be enough to revive Repeat. Okay. Ah, yes, the slow physics breaking swivel, yes. Okay, maybe one more fireball just in case. Estelle, don't do something stupid, please. Okay, one more fireball should be enough. I said that like 3 times already. Okay. Repeat. Whatever you do, don't die before I do, Repeat. My pet. Don't you dare. 33! Okay, we're good. Repeat, why did you do that? Why did you die at the very beginning? So sad. But we'll definitely need that poison ward for what's to come ahead. Oh, what's to come ahead? What's to come ahead? I had the good luck last time. I checked my marathon from 8 years ago. I managed to beat it in the first try, but granted that wasn't normal. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I thought I was ready, but then my party members kept dying. So I don't know how to feel right now. I don't know how to what to expect when things start to turn ahead or something. Oh, okay. I hope I have enough gold. I picked up 800 gold before we got here. We got 2 times gold. It should give us enough, right? I wanted to craft another poison ward, but I don't know if we have enough gold for that because I have to replenish my life bottles.
Of course.
Oh, dearie me. I'm not ready.
You were already here looking for the thief.
I like how Carol reacts to Rita sometimes.
Let's go.
You suck, Rita! You really suck! And I hope you guys pick the right choices when we get to that point. Because if you pick the wrong choices, then I'm gonna say I expected it, but it's still unfortunate. Alright. Okay, let's get our full heal. Actually, let's save because I don't want to go through that again. Oh boy, who knew Repeat was the Dragoon of the party? Ref flew over my head, sorry. Man. Life bottles. Oh wait, actually, we do have another encounter to run into before we before you leave this place. So, I think based on cutscenes, we're gonna be ending it off right before we start going through that dungeon, which should be prime time for just getting ready for what's to come next, basically. I'm not ready. Anywho, let's just keep on going through this dungeon to leave it. Unfortunately, there's no quick jump or Denor bottle or something along those lines.
Look, there he is.
Yes, mentally preparing myself is always the looming dread. Yes, I agree. It's a looming dread. Repeat, please don't croak. You're a dog. You are not a frog. Oh, again, be prepared for a lot of howls. This is an early game. Oh, I wish I had that earlier. Where do I normally set that? I set that down here. I don't need that anymore for Estelle. Okay. Okay, we can turn these back on. I'm so worried. I'm so worried. Okay, we got Paul Wiggles hopping about. Let's use a magic lens on them, why not? Rita, keep using fireballs, because Splash will not work on these enemies. I don't know why I use that. Wait, did it map it automatically? Oh. Like, wait, I missed that. My bad. Alright, get the string rocking. Keep on going. Did I scan this? I didn't scan it. Man, we are dry of life bottles and apple gels. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad Repeat is doing well now that he's properly leveled.
There's no way you can win.
Take care, Watt TV. Have a good one. Alright.
How can he just steal the core and walk off like that?
I know cutscene is happening right now, but the looming dread. Anywho, so looks like we found our Mordio. Yeah, we got an orange shell. That saves us 250 gold. This is why I doubled the drop rate, because if we don't get those drops, hey, if I'm gonna get bad luck from my AI not working too well, then I want to increase my odds of good luck too.
Yeah, it's that creep Hideki.
I really like how Troy Baker really got into the role of Yuri, though. Like, I made this comment 8 years ago, and I'm still gonna make this comment now. He really did a good job playing as Yuri. That's not to distract from Grant George's work. I think he does fine too. It's just that he might have needed a bit more time. Like, I think I remembered Troy Baker was giving the interview where he's like, "Oh, when they gave me Tales of Vesperia, they gave me this huge book or something, and I had to learn it." It's like, yeah, I hear you. No wonder he really likes this role so much, and he really put a lot of work into it, which is good.
Liar. That's not something the boss of some pickpockets could get his hands on.
Yeah, and that was back when Troy was getting into things too. I think the only other big role he had at the time was like playing as Kanji in Persona 4. And then we're not talking about Golden, we're talking about like old school Persona 4, the PS2 one, which is really rough to play. Actually, am I being too harsh on Persona 4? Like, is that a harsh thing to say about Persona 4? Because I played Persona 3 a couple years ago, and I wasn't really a fan of the gameplay. But in any case.
Yeah, that's him. That damn knight.
OG Persona 4 isn't too bad? Okay. Do we like to call it version Erin Fitzgerald and version that other actress?
I'll have the city guards come pick him up later.
Alright then, let's get back to Ospio.
Alright. Again, like, these games really do a great job setting up the characters' personalities and whatnot, even though their first acts don't particularly amount to much. I want to say, like, it's like the first season of any show. Like, the first season is always going to be less amount of episodes. It's not more about the plot, even though sometimes the plot can do a very good job at points. It's more about establishing characters, and that's what I feel like it's doing a great job here with Vesperia and other games in the series. Yeah, The Last of Us really kicked off Troy's career, that's for sure. Okay. We were gonna head back to Ospio. If I didn't have the winged boots, we'd probably still be in the ruins. So thank goodness for the pack of useful stuff to give us the winged boots, because again, this is I've said this time and time again, but this is a very, very long game. We would still be in the Shaiko's ruins if we didn't have the winged boots. Marican. I think I posted a clip on my Twitter where I almost had a party wipe, but the Marin Karen that Mitsuru did, it actually helped me save a turn, basically. She actually pulled it off and did something useful.
Your friend? That must be a pain.
Huh?
Never mind. So what brings him to this town?
That sounds fake. Marin Karen actually being useful. Nah, it did help me once, but I think the reason why I posted that clip because I had a really bad time against what's it called? This one enemy that I saw in the Tartarus.
Was he all right? Yeah, I guess.
You guess?
Well, since he's a knight, I'm sure he got some mage.
Yeah, we're very much close to hitting our first checkpoint. We just have some errands to do before we.
Well, do you trust me yet? I don't think Rita's the sort of person
The more I think about it, the more I'm just struck silence. Like I don't. It will be done. It will be done.
Don't bother trying to make him believe me. But I really didn't do it, you know.
I hope my AI behaves well, because if they don't behave well, then I'm gonna be so mad.
Isn't very good at
And the worst part about it is that, like, when you're in that dungeon,
what a weirdo.
You can't leave it. You can't leave it to restock on items or anything. You're stuck there. You can't go, so you better have a save point before going to that dungeon, because if you don't, you're done. You can actually leave? You actually can? Okay, good. How do you leave? I thought I was stopped before by, like, Yuri, Lowell, or all those people, you know? Minor spoiler, but come on. You actually can? You leave after the... Oh!
Got it? Don't leave town without my permission.
Well, you learn something new every day. Alright, cool. Was that a... Could you do that in the 360 version too? Because I didn't... I was so fixated on trying to, like, beat the boss. And before then, I was like... Oh, you can't leave either. I'm so confused. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad to be corrected on that, because if you couldn't leave, if that was permanent, I would have been holy smokes. I don't even know where to begin with that. Hi, Chihuahua.
If you're that worried about Flynn, would you rather leave now?
It's just... I've got to say a proper goodbye to Rita.
Well, considering the track record with Carol joining us, even though we were saying goodbye to him, I think Rita will be fine, Estelle.
I guess I'll go pay a visit to the guy behind all this core stealing. It sounds like Hideki ended up going to the same place too.
In that case, we should make a beeline for Nor Harbor.
Ah, yes, Nor Harbor. Sounds like a good place to be.
Oh,
Ah, they're both harbors.
You don't know.
Don't know what?
Nor and Torum are both ports of a city that extend
Yeah, this is where you learn that there's different continents and whatnot, and I'm just waiting for Carol to say the words that will strike fear. It's not quite the words that will strike fear, but it's the dungeon that contains the face of fear.
It's usually just called Torum Harbor. So first we'll go to Nor Harbor.
There it is.
Pass by Emmett Hill on the way, but it's not that far west from here.
Yeah, well, I'll have to pass by it. Surely everything will be alright. Everything will be A-okay. And as Estelle needs to still follow Flynn to the face of mercy. No. No. If it's anything but that.
There's no reason to panic. According to our friend in the room.
Who am I playing as? Yes, I'll be playing as Yuri, because we're going through the rotation. We're going through a rotation, because we just played through Yuri. We played as Yuri, we played as Repeat, we played as Carol, now we're back to Yuri again. We're gonna do it.
You gotta be somewhere? A sick girlfriend with an incurable disease or something?
I think I saw your Twitter header before. Hasn't it always been,
If only she really was a
the face of mercy, as you'd like to call it? Let's see it. Yeah.
I know I
Yeah.
asked you to wait
I
for
knew
me,
it.
but
I knew
You
it.
sure made yourselves at home, didn't you? Oh, welcome back. What ended up
Thanks for
happening
reminding
to
me
the
of that
thief?
face of mercy. Should I play as
crying quietly to
Rita?
himself
I
in
don't
his
know.
cell by now.
I only have an intention to play as Rita for one moment. I'm not particularly fond of playing as characters that should
What a heartfelt
base themselves
apology.
like mage-like only, really.
It worked out pretty well for me.
In terms of the marathon, I mean, I would love to explore them someday, but for marathon, I want to keep them sticking with what they're good at. If that makes any sense, because like I need to exploit that fireball weakness. I need to exploit it, and I have to increase the chances of it like working well with Yuri. Basically, that's all I gotta say.
I'm so happy to have met you, Rita. I'm afraid we have to go now. I'll thank you properly later.
Oh, was it Maglu before? Oh, okay. Because I remember when I checked, I was like, oh no, face of fear. Okay. So now Rita is a permanent. Well, she's not quite yet, actually. We just said our goodbye, so we're gonna be leaving her behind. Sayonara, Rita. It's been fun.
I'm going with you.
Now she's a permanent fixture.
You're doing what?
Oh, so this is why you told us not to leave without saying goodbye, huh?
Yeah.
Is that it? Just yeah?
Can
You know what would have been? We get a mechanic that we learn like later on in this game, and what they demoed it on, like when you see it firsthand, I was like, that was BS. That's absolute BS. We'll get to it eventually, but I'm like, I can't believe you could do that to that boss. I was kind of frustrated, but at the same time, I'm like, wow. Wait, why would you show that game? It was a little bit intriguing to say the least.
Let's just say it was beginner's luck.
Now I'm really worried. I'll have to go see if it's been done properly or not.
Suit yourself.
Okay, it looks like we only have enough time to
What?
do a bit of shopping, wrap things up here, and we'll also go to the next destination as well. I think I got to do some particular shopping here first before we leave, though. And I got to make sure that I have the items that I need, because my notes here say that I should have a particular amount of life bottles, but we just used 5 of them as we were getting here, so I'm gonna have way less than expected. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm gonna do a bit of shopping right here now. Let's actually, it's gonna be our party right here. Well, actually, technically, we do have one more fight to deal with first. And meet Hill on a budget. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is gonna be now. Well, we picked up 2 nectar bottles, which is really good, but the unfortunate thing is that we're not gonna have another poison ward, because what I would have had enough money for was craft the... Actually, oh no, I'm mistaking cost for poison ward. I think can we still do it? Oh, I sold them! Oh no! I sold it when I needed money for the life bottles earlier! No! Never mind! Never mind! We're doing it live! Let's go! Okay. Okay, we're still fine. We're still fine. Oh, something was gonna bite me really hard. I knew something was gonna bite me really hard. Okay. Well, we're gonna sell some weapons here first. I don't think I need a hand axe or wood maul anymore. Definitely don't need this. I think I might need sash for later though. Just don't get hit. Isn't that the age-old strategy? Don't get hit? Uh-huh. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay. How's our budget looking? Not too hot. I want 2 more life bottles at least. I think this should be fine. My only issue now is that apple gels are looking really rough. Okay. We gotta get rid of this. We gotta... one more apple gel, 1 more orange shell. Okay, I think we're ready. As ready as can be. Get good, don't get hit, question my profit. Yeah, you pretty much... You have to do the secret mission of that boss fight to get to get the to get one poison mordant. You could get a second by crafting it here, but because my party members constantly died, it didn't particularly help. I can't rest, can I? That's fine. You know what, Estelle? Why does Rita have a lot of TP? Am I crazy? She usually has this amount of TP, right? I don't want to like accidentally equip something that wasn't needed. Okay. Okay. Prepare a sandwich and fail it. Thanks, Estelle. You're the best. Okay. Okay. This is how we're gonna play it, are we? Okay. So my notes said I would have 13 life bottles, but now I have 8. 5 of which were used by my party.
Guess we can do this.
Guess we can run away. For those who haven't played Vesperia, there's gonna be disaster happening in the next part. So I don't know if that'll kill you over during the break, but there will be disaster happening during the next part. It's almost likely that it's probably going to happen. So sit tight, hang tight. We just got 10 minutes left to wrap up this session, and then we're gonna be encountering the boss that everybody hates.
I told you, we brought the tree back to life.
I'm like, I can't even think about any other Tales things to bring up, because the only thing I'm laser focused on, okay, let's deal with this boss right away. But, yeah, again, more of the same stuff right over here, like Act 1 stuff, getting introduced to all the other characters, which is nice to see. But we do hear more about this Flynn particular character. I wonder when we'll eventually see him.
No way, not again.
He was quite surprised that the barrier had been fixed.
Would you happen to know which way he went?
Please let us know.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know. However, he did entrust me with a letter.
Okay, so for those who have played Vesperia, when you first fought that boss, how many times did you game over to said boss? I'm curious to. Oh, actually, we got our Yuri, we got our Yuri wanted poster right there. I do like how the producer took to Twitter and started showing like the history behind all these posters, wanted posters and whatnot. So it was kind of cool to see that he did it in he did a Zelos one, which was also kind of funny too. I liked it.
Only 5,000 gold?
That's way too high for just
You beat him the first try on DE. Won first try, but it was on normal difficulty. I think I remember when I was playing Vesperia, my first time, because I was looking back at how I did against the boss, and I was like, oh, did I have a bad time back then too? And apparently I did, but I was lucky enough to get like a win. I don't know how, but I got a win. But I think I probably died a lot the first time I saw it, and a friend of mine solve your money issues if you turn in Yuri for 5,000 gold. Oh gee, I'd be down one character though, but he wouldn't be good for the AI, so.
What are you gonna do?
The boss kept charging because there was nowhere to be found.
I'm going to go to
I was wondering if I could remember names, but yeah, no. Like Vesperia, I had like 2 friends try out that boss, and they were both having hard times with the boss too. They're not even like super into Tales. It was just this boss is the epitome of fear, and the boss also showed up in the demo of this game way back on the 360 and on PS3. They really wanted to showcase this boss. They wanted to prepare you for it, but the only difference is that they put you on really high levels in those demos. I think you're like in level 25 or something? It's insane. Wait, was PS3 Giga Larva? I thought they got to so again. Okay, color me corrected. I'm okay with that.
Bloom, even though it's not the season for it, and the barrier's strong too. Did Estelise really do this?
What do you mean?
Carol let it slip when we were leaving Ospio.
Oh, how dare you catch that,
but
Rita.
It was too late.
But yeah, all focus will be to that one boss because it's gonna be a time. I hope it won't be a time because if it adds, if we lose a lot, I might have to go super overtime today or tomorrow just to get to where I want to be.
Ridiculous. I have a formula that I have to work out.
A formula?
Ah, yes.
What do you mean?
Rita and her formulas.
Nothing. Forget about it.
I'll save it for next time when Blastios are more important.
Something, right?
Well, that just took care of about half of it.
So,
if it's a one-shot, I will be very happy if it's a one-shot. I wish it will be a one-shot. I hope it's a one-shot.
Yeah,
that's the dream, but I don't think the dream will accommodate.
You and Estelle are both human. You're not Blastia.
Oh, I get it. You're worried for her. Worried I might hurt her.
Estelle's honest. Good. Unlike you or me. I'm just saying.
I know all this beautiful cutscene is happening right now. You know, Yuri looking out for Estelle, Rita thinking about how reckless she is and whatnot.
Let's go back. Carol and Estelle are
but we all know where my focuses are. It's gonna be the boss that we're all waiting for.
I finally found the clue I was looking for. I want to be all
I picked up everything here, right? Yeah, I picked the holy bottle. I sold the nectar bottle, so I don't have much else to sell here. I wonder if I could make a quick stop to the inn. I don't think I can, but I think the inn is a little bit cheaper here too, because in Aspio there's like 200 gold. I think it's about like 100 something here, but the problem is that you don't have Estelle yet, and when you have the cutscene, then you won't have a chance to return here to heal. So I don't even know why I'm trying to speculate it in the first place anymore. There's no point in doing it. Here I am checking the shop, hoping that I could like do something about what my current situation is. Maybe I could buy one more apple gel. Yeah, let's buy that. I should have bought poison bottles actually. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't good. This is not good. I should have bought a poison bottle because there's gonna be more poison that's gonna happen.
Now come back with us while you can.
This is the boss fight. Adacor and Bokos. Remember how hard of a boss fight that I had last time? This time it's going to be an even bigger issue. You thought I did poorly with just one character? Like, imagine now that the level scaling just brought up tenfold. And we're going to be fighting these two alongside LeBlanc. Like 3 on 4. Oh, they're going to be really rough right now. I don't even know where to begin with this, but this is going to be really hard. Particularly because Bokos will totally like ram into you and everything, just like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yuri, you ruffian! You're coercing Lady Astalis!
No, this is what I really want. I'll go back to the castle.
So this song I think was exclusive to the PS3 version and Definitive Edition, because this is the song that you hear from the castle. And in the 360 version, they play like a character song altogether. So I'm glad they updated that in this version of the game. I'll point at the song once we hear it again, but basically, it was cool that they were able to fix it for this version. Because that song should be more particular for that character. Yeah, they got a combo Mystic Art. It puts Twin Flow to shame, that's for sure.
I say, prepare to face the Imperial Knight's ultimate fighting art, the Overlimit!
The Overlimit doesn't belong to the Knights. Anyone can do it last time I checked.
I say
Did they have the nice music? Okay, that sounds about right.
Yuri, what's an Overlimit?
It's a technique to increase your abilities.
It's an ability that's also been getting upgrades throughout the series since Destiny 2. I mean, Destiny 2 kind of has an Overlimit, but they call it like Spirit Blasters mode. But they only formally started calling it Overlimit in Tales of Symphonia. Yeah, I wish Yuri had a rock. I wish Yuri had a rock later on in the game too. But we'll talk more about that later, which I think we'll be running into today. Oh yeah, we're definitely running into it today.
Alright, you attack the enemy, and that raises your battle spirit.
Blast! Your hits are not connecting at all!
There you go. So Overlimits here is shared between everybody basically. Like everybody shares the same gauge. It's a bit of an upgrade from not an upgrade. It's a downgrade from Abyss, but it keeps it more balanced essentially. Because I think Overlimit was a little bit crazy back in Abyss, if I recall correctly. But yeah, they started to return to everybody having. Did everybody ever get their own bar after this? Oh, they did no, they never did it after Abyss. It's always been like a shared bar between everybody.
That's enough for today.
All right.
Yuri, that's amazing.
We mustn't let his power charge up anymore.
Oh yeah, and these weren't voiced in 360 either. Like the voice lines that you would hear in here. I'm pretty sure, unless there was like one there where it actually was voiced. But yeah. Alright, thank goodness got recover, because I did not have recover for this fight, and it was like, oh, or further fights afterwards, it was just like, wow, that was, it was really unfortunate to not have recover. Oh, we definitely do need Destruction Field, though. Too bad I didn't cancel that properly. Oh, it was Radiant Mythology. Okay, so they all had their own, over limits in, Radiant Mythology. Right. I forgot about that. That was also carried over to RM2 and RM3 as well, if I recall, right? Yeah, because I only played 1 more than 2 and 3. Oh, you still got your magic stuns from our first encounter, huh? Think you're all that, huh? Alright, well, you keep blocking. That's fine. Oops. Trying to get it out here. Yeah, we're almost very near into breaks. I apologize if I'm powering down a little bit. I need to get some energy back in me for later, and especially particularly for the boss fight to come ahead.
Nice work, man.
Endless Destruction Fields, yes. But I can't be too abusive of it later on, because you're going to get punished if you use Endless Destruction. Even though I know a lot of people like to default to that strategy a lot.
What a shame.
I guess that's part of the reason why I didn't... Oh, you know what?
She says she's not going back.
Yeah, it was really easy. Honestly, I think it's because like I become a better player from how I was back in 2013. If that's any proof of it, then I guess there was nothing to worry about, huh? Ah, the red eyes.
I knew they were still.
I was expecting like a... Whenever I hear that, I always keep hearing like Red Eyes Black Dragon at the end of the sentence each time.
What do you mean?
I'll explain later.
Okay, I think I have enough gold to rest at the inn at Aspio, because you do get gold from that battle, but I don't know if it'll compensate much to help prepare other stuff as well.
Alright, let's go now then.
Oh, I think we're actually a little bit OT. Oh, smack. We are a little bit OT. Oh, jeez.
Keep traveling with us or go home. I'm going to keep traveling.
Okay, well, I guess that means I won't have time to go back to Aspio then.
And one that those knights surely wouldn't be able to agree with.
Imperial Knight Point 1. With this sword, I shall protect the people.
Endless Destruction sounds like a Presea art. Yeah, I think it is. Wait, no. Yeah, it's Endless Infliction. Deadly Destruction is the tier 2 for Presea.
Boys, let's show them what the Imperial Knights are made of.
I'm sorry.
All right. So we're a little bit behind. I was expecting for those cutscenes to go a little bit faster, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. But we're going to get to our first break period right now. Later on, we're going to be joined by Omega here, who knows a thing or two about Tales of Vesperia. We're going to see you guys then.